Okay. All right. Can you guys hear me? I think we're good now. I think we're good. Are we good? I think we're good. We're good. All right. Yes, I am of the Christmas spirit, guys. The Christmas spirit is very strong in my room. The Christmas spirit. All right, here we go. I'll lower the music down a little bit. The Christmas spirit is very strong in my room. Every year I make sure that I have a tree. I don't know if you guys can see it, but the lights switch. They go from white to red. I don't know if you can see it, but they'll actually change color. Yep, there you go. And see, they'll change color. These ones will change color. Oh, now it's blue. You see that? I love that. Now, this tree it acts very much so like a nightlight. And let me tell you, when these lights change color and all the lights are out and it's nighttime, there's very little light. And the only light that I'm getting is from my smaller lamp here and this tree. Let me tell you, these lights will put you to sleep like nothing else. It has been so strange. Like I'll get really good sleep. I'll feel very recharged. Once that sun goes down, and the main lights are off, and my light is coming from this tree for the most part. It does something to my brain. I don't know what it is, guys. It's crazy. But I'm very much so of the Christmas spirit. I love Christmas. I love cold weather. I love clouds. I love the feeling that winter gives me. I love the feeling of comfort that it gives me. It gives me a very warm sensation within my soul. Is this Oblivion music? I don't know, dude. I'm playing it is a 2 hour and 19-minute long video of just music that I found on YouTube. And I was listening to it a few days ago, and I thought, hey, this would be really nice for the live stream. And to be honest with you guys, I didn't even know if I was going to do the live stream today because some other stuff came up. But luckily, everything cleared out, and I was able to set up the live stream for today. Making beef bourguignon for my friends, very nice. To celebrate the Immaculate Conception, very nice. Hello, Vjeko Simic. Zdravo. That is Oblivion music. Okay. I've never played Oblivion. I've seen some gameplay on YouTube, but I've never played Oblivion. Something has happened to me since last week. Guys, I don't know why this gives me a sense of joy within myself, but I have finally learned to appreciate RPGs, MMORPG games. I have finally come to the understanding as to why people play these games. Oblivion, World of Warcraft, RuneScape, and a bunch of these other types of games, right? All these games that are of this style. For many, many years, I have played video games, but I have almost always played console games. So, first game that I really started playing was Game Boy Color. First console that I started using was Game Boy Color. Started getting, I played the Mario games, the Donkey Kong games. I had this one game where you play a tank. The first game that I ever got was a tank game for the Game Boy Color. I eventually bought GTA on the Game Boy Color, the original GTA on the Game Boy Color, and that game really sucked. Really sucked. because it's basically a little dot moving around. It's this stupid game. But that was the first thing I got, was the Game Boy Color. And then eventually I got myself a Nintendo 64 when I was a sixth grader. Got myself a Nintendo 64, and this was right before GameCube came out. So Walmart, I remember, was selling the N64 at that time for $60, which was a pretty big shift in the price, considering that for years I had heard that the Nintendo 64 was selling for $100, which was a pretty big deal back in the day. So when the price went down to $60, I begged my mom to get me one, and she did, and I was the happiest child on the face of the earth. I brought the N64 to my aunt's house because at that time I was visiting my aunt and my uncle. I have a Chinese uncle, by the way. I don't think I've ever said that on this stream, but I have an uncle who's Chinese. My aunt, one of my aunts married a Chinese guy, and he's a tech guy, if you haven't guessed, right? If you didn't guess, I know that sounds kind of prejudice or whatever word you want to use, but he is a tech guy, and that shouldn't be surprising. But he's a big tech guy. He knows a lot about technology. He works for Sprint, so he knows a lot about computers and games and phones and all this stuff. And he's not from China. He was born in California, but his parents were immigrants from China. His brother, my Chinese uncle's brother, believe it or not, got a job with Toyota from mainland China. His parents came from mainland China. His brother got a job working for Toyota, and his Chinese father, was so upset with him, and he told his son, "Why you work for Japanese company? Why? You know what they do to us for Nanking?" He's a Han Chinese, yeah. His father was so upset with his brother when he found out that he got a job at Toyota because he said, "You're working with the people who butchered our people." So, yeah, that's kind of I'm not sure if we should laugh at that. I don't know why. I guess to an American mind that sounds really funny, but to them they take it very seriously, because in America we kind of forgive and forget. Germany, that happened back in the past. Japan, that happened back in the past. Blah 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 blah. Whereas in the East, they don't forget things as easily, and they don't forgive as easily either. But the East also, I noticed. I think at least one of the reasons why in the West we forgive and forget is because in the West there is a culture of accountability for these sorts of situations, whereas in the East people tend to deny what they have done, or they deny what their country has done. So, for example, in the United States, I mean, anyone who was raised in the United States has been told about slavery, right? When we were going to school, every year we heard about slavery, the evils of slavery. Slavery was wrong, etc., etc. It's so crazy because... What the hell? There's a shirtless man walking his dog. I've never seen that before. See, this is why I like to keep the damn blinds down, because these blinds are so sensitive. You pull them down too hard and they can fall off. There's a guy in short. Oh my God. He's in shorts, shirtless, walking his dogs around. I don't know what he's thinking. I don't know. I hope this guy isn't crazy. I've never seen this before. And I know you think, well, the thing is that he's not walking on a sidewalk. He's kind of walking in the middle of a field. What the fuck? You see, I don't live on a... He's walking on the side of this area where there's no road. There's just an empty lot. You see, there's an empty lot, and there's... Hold on 1 second, guys. Hold on. One second, guys. I'm so sorry, guys. I apologize for that. This guy was walking. He was shirtless. I've never seen this before. I really apologize for that, guys. Why do all the weird things happen when I'm streaming? I don't know why. But I start streaming and like all the weird shit happens. All of a sudden, I see this guy. I've never seen this in this neighborhood before. Shirtless. He's walking down this empty lot. And he just keeps going this way. And then he's walking his dog. And then he's getting closer to my fence. And I'm like, who the hell is this guy? You know what I mean? So I opened the door, and my dogs are going crazy, so I bring my dogs in, and I just searched around a little bit. He kept going. I don't know where he went. I think he went up the road or something, but maybe he was just looking for a shortcut, but oh my God. Dude, I get paranoid. I've seen so much weird stuff. I get very paranoid when I see people walking around, and when I see people that I don't recognize, I start getting paranoid. I've never seen this person before, because when I see people walking around, it's people that I've seen before, or they're walking in an area that is for walking. Like that's like they're walking on the side of the road. Okay, fine, but when I notice. When I noticed that, I've never seen that before. Never seen a guy walking the dog, wearing shorts, and come on. I mean, it's not hot outside. It's cold. You know, it's just weird. Very weird, guys. Sorry, my heart rate just went up there for a second. I get really frantic when I see stuff like that. I don't know who it is. There's a lot of weirdos out there, guys. You have to be very, very careful. Very careful about people, and you don't know what you're dealing with. That's the thing. With humans, you don't know what you're dealing with. Like, when I see a dog, I know what I'm dealing with. When I see a cat, I know what I'm dealing with. When I see a chicken, a rooster, I know what I'm dealing with, right? A lizard. I know what I'm dealing with. Grizzly bears. You know, you ever go on the television and they have or nobody watches TV anymore. You ever just go on the internet and they got a video of a bear? You ever see these videos on bears? They go, grizzly bears and brown bears and bear attack, and the guy got eaten by a bear, and I've heard stories of people getting eaten by bears. And I remember, my father used to work on a ski resort. You like my little matryoshka? This was given to me by a Russian Orthodox activist. She gave this to me as a gift. Her name is Mila Odekova. So I keep it there, just as a remembrance, for what I stand for. Because I saw her; she was fighting against these citizens of Sodom in Russia, and so I supported her work. She got arrested, and because she went to this degenerate art show, and she destroyed some of the artwork. It was very blasphemous artwork, if you want to call it artwork. And I spoke with her and I interviewed her, and she had a legal battle. They were trying to make her pay a huge fine over there in Russia. So I donated some money to help her to help her with her legal fees. So as a expression of appreciation, she gave me this matryoshka. So she also gave me a little box, a little tin box of black Russian tea, and I used it all to make kombucha. And she gave me also some Russian snacks and all sorts of goodies, and so I never really forgot that. So I always keep this here as a reminder, as a way of remembrance. I have difficulty saying that word, remembrance, as a way of remembrance. as a way, I can't even speak English, as a way of remembrance, to remember why I am here, right? It's to combat evil, everybody. Anyway, my father used to work in a ski resort. And my dad worked as a computer programmer in Mammoth Mountain Ski Resort. My father was a computer programmer before he became an activist. My father, for many years, was a computer programmer. For about 20 years, my dad worked as a computer programmer, and my father also ran hot dog carts. And he would tell me about bears. And he would say, you know, stay away from bears. And he would say, stay away from the wilderness because there's bears there. So he told me this story one time, and he would tell me all sorts of stuff about bears. He would say, you know, bears can smell you for tens of miles, dozens of miles. For dozens of miles, bears can smell you. They can sniff. Oh, okay. My cat started meowing. I was wondering why. Never mind. Thank you. Got some coffee here. He would tell me that bears could track you down. Even if you are dozens of miles away from it, a bear can sniff you out. And so he would tell me to stay away from the wilderness. And he told me this story. I never forget it. He told me this story many years ago. He told me this story about when he was working in Mammoth Mountain Ski Resort. There was a park ranger who had gone missing. And they went out looking for him. And they sent a search team to go out and look for him. And the only thing that they could find was his boots. They found a pair of boots, which were his boots. And they picked up the boots, and they could see his feet inside the boots. That was all that was left of this guy, were his feet in the boots. Because he had been eaten by a bear. So my father always told me to stay away from the wilderness. He said, never go to the wilderness. Don't go camping out in the wilderness. Don't do dumb shit like that, because you can get yourself killed. And bears will track you down. There's a great movie that you can watch. Oh man, it has dude, this is okay. Yeah, this is like some Scarab music or something. Anyway, there's a great movie with Anthony Hopkins that came out many years ago. It's a movie called The Edge. Guys, the best film ever on people trying to escape a bear is called The Edge. It was made in 1997. I remember seeing this film back in the 90s. And it's still a great movie. It came out in 1997. It came out in 1997, and it's about these three guys who are trying to escape a grizzly bear, and the grizzly bear tracks them down for miles. And I remember seeing that film as a kid, and my dad telling me, that's how bears are. They will hunt your ass down. They don't mess around. So he would tell me to stay away from the wilderness. He would say, don't go to The Revenant was an amazing film. The Revenant is, to me, The Revenant is one of the greatest films ever made. Truly. Revenant, masterpiece. But The Revenant is not about a bear. There is a scene where a man gets attacked by a bear, and I will say that is the greatest scene ever depicting a bear attack ever made. But the film is not about a bear. That's a part, right? It just shares a scene of the film. But the movie The Edge from 1997 is about three guys trying to escape a bear, and I am not going to spoil it. Vehicle Simic, please. Please. Revenant was a masterpiece. That movie was so good, guys. Oh my god. That movie was so good. The scene where he sees the Native American guy and they stick their tongues out to get the snowflakes it's such an emotional scene. Very emotional scene. And the scene where he's starving and then he sees the guy eating the dead animal and then he eats the flesh of the dead animal and he's just doing anything to survive. It's a masterpiece. And the fight scene in the end, oh my, it's so dramatic. It's such an emotional movie. It's an emotional movie, guys. It's beautifully directed. The texture and the color of the movie was so damn good. I remember seeing that movie back in 2014 and I thought, "Oh my god, what a masterpiece." Why can't every movie just be like this? That bear in the movie The Edge, actually a Kodiak. It's a Kodiak bear. Okay. Aren't Kodiaks and grizzlies kind of the same thing? Or are Kodiaks bigger? What about the man in Alaska who was friends with the bears he loved? Yeah, I know the story you're talking about. Yeah, there was a guy, I forgot his name. He was man eaten by bears. Guys, I didn't prepare at all for this stream. I wasn't even expecting to do it today, to be honest with you. But here we are. Man eaten by bear. Timothy Treadwell. That was his name. There is a recording, an audio recording, because his wife, I think, was holding the camera. His girlfriend. They both were eaten, by the way. Girlfriend was holding the camera, and then... or he was holding the camera, I don't remember, but somebody was holding the camera, okay? The bear attacked them. The camera was dropped, and all you could hear are the screams of the man being eaten alive. And they have the recording somewhere, and for the life of me, I have never been able to find it. If someone can tell me how to find it, I'll let me know. I've never heard it. But the guy was eaten alive, and I told my dad about the story, and my dad said, "What an idiot." Zero sympathy from my father. Zero sympathy. I told him the story about Treadwell, and he said, "Oh, what a moron." My dad told me. I worked at a ski resort for in Mammoth Mountain, and I heard stories about bears, and I heard the story about the park ranger who got eaten alive by a bear, and I don't mess with them animals. And if you go out of your way to mess with a bear, and he eats you, I don't think you deserve sympathy. It's not like you were just minding your own business and then ISIS popped up and beheaded you. You know what I'm saying? That's not what happened. You went out to their environment. Bears don't bother humans, by the way. The bears don't go out, "Oh, I'm going to go into the city and go terrorize humans." Like, bears are just in their environment. And they don't like people messing with them. And if you go into their environment and you mess with them, God help you. I don't think God would help you, to be honest with you, because you're doing something you're not supposed to be doing. But my dad also would tell me when I was a kid, because he would tell me about bears and how scary they are. And I remember I was in California, and I was probably like 9 or 10 years old, and my dad would tell me about bears and how scary they were. So I would always ask him, "Tell me more about the bears, and tell me more about the bears, the bears, the bears, the bears, the bears." And he would tell me, he would say, "There is an animal that is scarier than a bear." You know what that is? What? The human being. The human being is the scariest animal in the world. There is nothing scarier than a human being. Nothing. There is nothing more terrifying than a human being. I think human beings, sometimes they can be scarier than viruses. I think human beings are scarier than COVID. And when the whole COVID thing popped up back in 2020 and we were all freaking out, I think America just grew a new brain after that. I think the whole world just developed a new brain. The whole collective consciousness of humanity, I think we just developed a new brain after 2021. I think we all just got new brains. Our brains just reached a new level of advancement and development after that. Because that horrified the shit out of everybody. That whole COVID thing, we were all terrified of it. And then we went through it, and millions of people died. And then we were like, oh my god, I can't believe we actually survived that. That was crazy. It was just absolutely crazy. I remember going to the grocery store, and there were crowds of people. It felt like we were in a movie, like in one of those dystopian films. And there were employees everywhere, and there no one packet of sugar, one person. I'm like, oh my god, is this Black Hawk Down? It was terrifying. It was absolutely terrifying. And I remember all that. And but here's the thing: in the midst of all of that insanity, human beings still scared me more than COVID. I was still scared more of human beings than COVID, because COVID is a virus. It doesn't have a brain. It just attaches itself to your cells and then replicates its DNA into your cells and destroys your body. That's what COVID does, like any other virus. But here's the thing is, the reason why I was more scared of humans than I was COVID is because human beings get together and they do stuff like, hey, there's a virus out there and a lot of people are scared, and only a human being can think of something like this. There's a virus out there and human beings are scared and everything's going down. Let's go out and kill people. That's what human beings do. And you look at what happened in 2020, right? 2020, the crime rate exploded in 2020. How do you explain that? The crime rate exploded in 2020. You would think, okay, virus. Everybody calm down. Let's stand together. Let's be as safe as we possibly can. Wash our freaking hands. And we'll be okay. Right? Let's be as safe as we possibly can. And let's try to have the best possible outcome. Crime rate went up in 2020. Now, if you look at the crime rate of the United States, okay, you have the 1970s crime rate, which was insane. Crime rate, I don't know if you guys know this, but the crime rate back in the 1970s was insane. It was like war zone level deaths. Oh my god, I love this song. I haven't heard this song in years. It's a Baroque guitar song that I remember listening to many years ago, and it's like I forgot that the song existed, and then it popped up and a new memory just got unlocked. It's amazing how this stuff happens in the middle of a stream. But I think this is John Dolan. Pretty certain this is John Dolan. John Dolan was one of the first old composers that I started listening to, old musicians. I think Dolan lived... Is this John Dolan? Or... I don't know. Yep, this is John Dolan. Oh, damn. Awesome. John Dolan, man. One of the old English composers from, what, 17th century? When was John Dolan alive? 17th century. Late 16th century. Okay. Yeah, he was brilliant. Brilliant guitarist. Anyway, 1970s. If you look at the 1970s, you just think everything sucked in the 70s. Everything sucked. The crime rate in America was unbelievably high. My dad came to America in the 1970s. And my dad will tell you that the America of the 70s, the America that he knew back in the 70s, was much darker and much scarier than the America that we have now. My dad will tell you that. He told me. He worked in Taco Bell. He did night shift in Taco Bell. And he said the Taco Bell that my dad worked at was right next to a military base. And you would have all these army guys coming over to eat tacos. Because back in the day, Taco Bell wasn't like now, chalupas and nachos. It was a taco and a burrito. That was it. So they'd come over to eat, and they would always fight. That's what my dad told me. They would always fight. They would always fight. They would come, and for some reason, he said every night we had fights. Every single night. And the crime rate was unbelievable. My dad lived in Chicago in the early 80s, I want to say, and he told me that the murder rate in the south side of Chicago was so horrendous, cops wouldn't even go there. So the murder rate in America, I think the decade that had the highest murder rate in the United States in the history of the U.S., I'm pretty certain was the decade of the 1970s. I could be wrong. But something happened in the 90s when things just got a whole lot more peaceful. I'm not certain why. Maybe it was the war on drugs, but I remember growing up in the 1990s, and once a week, they would have somebody come over to talk to us about the dangers of drugs. I am not joking. Once a week, they would have somebody come over to tell us why you shouldn't take drugs. This was back in the 90s. 90s and the early 2000s. And they would have a police officer. This was back in Northern California, hardcore Democrat state. They had a police officer come and talk to us every week, once a week. And he would tell us about why drugs are bad. He would tell us about crime, to stay away from certain people, don't make friends with certain people, stay away from the wrong crowds. Just logical. I think this mic is too loud. I'm not sure. Logical stuff. Just logical stuff, right? Stay away from bad people. Nowadays, it's the opposite, right? It's but even then, we had this problem. It was rap music and cholo culture and ghetto culture and trash culture, and Eminem was out, and criminality was criminality has been glorified in the United States for decades, and it was just Eminem and even before that, you had NWA telling people, F the police and all this crazy stuff. So there was this culture of criminality, and it's still here. But there were people trying to fight the culture of criminality, the religion, the cult of the criminal mind. And the cult of the criminal mind is, I have zero accountability. I don't owe you any accountability. And in fact, if you attack me in self-defense, I am the victim. That is the cult of criminality right there. If I had to sum it up in the shortest form that I can express, that's what it would be. What's good for you, well, actually, what's terrible for you is good for me, right? You getting robbed, that's good for me. What's bad for me, which is you fighting against me in self-defense, well, that is a crime against humanity. That's how criminals think. They can rob, they can steal, and they can murder, but if somebody defends themselves and attacks them in self-defense, then that person has done this horrendous crime, and that person deserves death. And so they have their own set of laws, and they want to impose their own law. That's how these people think. Anyway, so I remember we had this police officer come and talk to us, and he told us, he said, stay away from drugs, stay away from criminals. Very simple. Very simple. So there was this whole war on drugs, and people were, but you know what? I've never really studied in an in-depth way the war on drugs. I've heard of it before, but I've never seriously studied the war on drugs. And I have heard a lot of bad things about the war on drugs, that the war on drugs was terrible, that it was racist, that it was this, horrific thing. It was like the worst thing ever, and blah, 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 blah. They were just arresting black people off the side of the road and all this crazy stuff. But I have heard otherwise. I've heard that the war on drugs actually worked, that it reduced the crime rate down tremendously. And I have heard that, that some of the voices that were calling for the war on drugs the most were black leaders. And these black leaders were saying drugs are destroying our neighborhoods. They are devastating our neighborhoods. We need help. And so there was the war on drugs. And then people began to say the war on drugs is racist and it's terrible and it was so awful. But blacks were the ones calling for the war on drugs. So how could you say that it obviously wasn't racist? So anyway, something happened in the 1990s where the crime rate just went down. And it continued to go down. 2020 comes, and instead of people saying, okay, we have a disease, we have a pandemic, let's calm down, let's team up, let's unite together as a country. And there was unity amongst a lot of people during the COVID time, right? There were people who said, okay, let's help each other out, et cetera, et cetera. But my God, there were too many people saying the opposite. There were too many people saying, this is our opportunity to do more crime. And so there was a lot of people doing crimes, and the murder rate just skyrocketed in 2020. And do you know when the murder rate skyrocketed? I'm pretty certain that it began to go up really high during the whole George Floyd fiasco. During the whole George Floyd thing, when everybody was saying that a criminal was a saint, or they were treating a criminal as if he were a saint, when the reality was that he was a criminal. During that time, the murder rate went up tremendously. Do you know how many murders they had back in 2020? It was like 22,000 murders in 1 year. That's very high. That's a very high. Scary high. People are evil. So people talk about great white sharks. Stay away from the ocean. If you don't want a great white shark biting a chunk of your ass, stay away from the ocean. Don't go surfing like a moron. People talk about grizzly bears and Kodiak bears and polar bears. Polar bears live up in Alaska, the North Pole. Stay away from Alaska. Don't go to Alaska. Don't go to the North Pole. Oh, polar bears are the strongest bears in the world. It's very easy. If you want to prevent a polar bear attack, you know how you see these videos, how to prevent a bear attack, stay away from bears. Don't mess with them. Stay away from their environment. Don't go to the North Pole like a moron. Don't go to the wilderness of Alaska because you want to see the pristine nature of Alaska if you don't want to get messed with by bears. Don't go camping in the wilderness. Oh, there's an octopus in Australia, the purple spotted octopus. If it stings you, it'll kill you in a matter of minutes. It has the most deadliest poison that any animal can ever have. Stay away from the ocean in Australia. Easy. How do you prevent humans from coming out and trying to kill you? You go to the grocery store, and you have to worry about some psychopathic, demonic person who's mad at the world because women rejected him or whatever, shooting you in a mass shooting. You go to the bank, you have to worry about packs of criminals with hoodies on following you to your house to rob your money. You go to the movie theater, you have to worry about some guy getting a machine gun and mowing the movie theater down. You have to worry about all these things. So the best policy to have, in my opinion, is to stay away from people as much as possible. It's to stay away from people as much as possible. Don't mess with people. Don't make a lot of friends. Don't try to have a big social circle. You're jealous because you don't have a lot of friends. Stop being jealous. There's nothing to be jealous about that. Oh, I wish I had a lot of friends. No, you don't. You don't wish you had a lot of friends. Because if you did have a lot of friends, you would realize very quickly that those people aren't your friends. Stay away from people as much as possible. So that's why when I look out the window and I see some shirtless guy walking around, I've never seen this person before. For all I know, he could be some meth head. You know how these people are. I get a little bit worried. So stay away from people as much as possible, because people can be very evil. They can be very, very evil. Theo, it's not the purple spotted octopus. It's the blue ringed octopus. Oh, thank you very much for the correction. It's a very, very important detail. 70s was wild. Dad told me stories, especially when he was playing music all over. If he was playing music all over Texas, then yeah, he knows. You meet a lot of wild people playing music. Love the Death Wish movies. Yeah. Dirty Harry films. Yeah, those were crazy movies. I think Dirty Harry was like it was like John Wick before there was John Wick, right? Because John Wick and Dirty Harry are kind of similar. It's about a guy who's going out for revenge and he kills his enemies. But yeah, Dirty Harry was a reflection of America at that time. Crime infested. Full of psychopaths. 70s was also an era, 70s and 60s was also an era when you had a lot of serial killers. A lot of serial killers, like tons of serial killers. Growing up as a Gen Z with Disney films, I always thought they were cute creatures watching from that Disney film with Bear and Little Bears and Nate. Oh, yeah. Little bears. I stay away from bears, guys. I don't mess with no bears. You have these... another thing I cannot fathom is skydiving. I can't fathom... Why would you go skydiving? I don't understand. Why would you... Why would you want to go skydiving? I'm going to go skydiving. Why? Why? Why are you skydiving? Why? What's the point? Why are you skydiving? You're jumping off an airplane. You're jumping out of an airplane. I heard a story about a guy who was an expert skydiver. He was an expert skydiver. And he was considered to be a master at skydiving. He was considered to be one of the best. I forgot his name. He jumped off of the plane because he was so used to jumping off of planes, it became second nature to him. He was so comfortable with jumping out of an airplane because he had done it so many times that he made the mistake that a lot of people do when they get comfortable with a particular process. And that is, he forgot something that was very essential in skydiving, and that was his parachute. So he jumped off the plane because he did it so many times, and he was so used to having a parachute there that his brain just kind of short-circuited and he forgot his parachute. And he realized that the parachute wasn't there, and he died. Why would you go skydiving? That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. Skydiving? I'm going to go jump off an airplane. Why? I want to go parachuting. And it's always... I don't want to make this a race thing, but for some reason, it's always white people getting involved in stuff like that. I don't know why. I don't see no brothers jumping off of planes. I don't see no Asians jumping off of planes. It's always white folks jumping off of planes. I have no idea why. Maybe it's like... I don't know why. Maybe someone can help me understand this. Bear meat is delicious. Wow. So what does it taste like? My dad used to say that to me. Man is the worst kind of... there's nothing scarier than human beings. Nothing. You read history. You read about how entire Polish villages were wiped out during the Second World War. Villages! With people who had been living there for generations. Wiped out by Ukrainian nationalists. They went in there with pitchforks and knives and axes and guns. They went in there and they hacked people to death and raped, and just for fun, because they wanted to. Those people had no weapons. They were not a threat to them. And they went in there to kill and rob and rape. And they did that. For years. They did that. With the help of the German Reich, the German Third Reich. And you read about Sabra and Shatila and the Lebanese Civil War. You read about massacres that have happened in recent history. You read about mass shootings and serial killers. And what is this? What is this? An animal does something out of necessity. An animal does something out of instinct. Right? A bear is hungry, it goes out for food. A cat is hungry, it hunts a bird, it hunts a mouse. A bird is hungry, it goes out and looks for worms and berries, and it finds things to forage, to survive. And it's amazing. I remember going to the aquarium when I was a kid. I remember going to one of those big aquariums up there in the Bay Area, Northern California. Could have been Monterey or San Francisco Aquarium. I don't remember. One of those big aquariums. And you would go into this aquarium, and you would see, you would look at this giant shark tank, and it was the most horrifying thing you can imagine. And you're looking at it, right? And beyond the glass, it's just a dark chasm of a watery abyss. And you see these sharks swimming. And then from a distance, you can see a shark. A huge shark, I remember, from a far distance. And you can just see it barely. You can't see it completely. You cannot see its full self. But you can see it as if looking at its shadow. And I always thought, what would happen if this glass broke? It was so terrifying. And you would see a diver in the tank, swimming with these animals. And I remember asking as a child, why aren't they eating that man? Why aren't those sharks tearing that man apart? And it was explained to me. It's because the sharks have been fed. The sharks have been fed. Their stomachs are so full that they see no reason to eat this man. And the man is actually very safe because these sharks have been fully fed. And that right there was a valuable lesson as to how evil man is. The shark, because we think, we're watching Discovery Channel, watching Shark Week, we think these animals are just evil. They're just killing machines. And they are killing machines, but not in the sense of them going after you just to go after you. They kill to eat. A bear kills to eat. A snake kills to eat. A lizard kills to eat. Not man. Man is the only creature that kills for fun. Man is the only creature that kills out of sadistic pleasure. And it's so horrifying to think about this. It's so horrifying to think of this. And I've asked myself, why is man this way? Why does man act in such a way? Why does man conceive of evil ideas? There's that verse in the letter to the Romans. St. Paul, in his letter to the Romans, he speaks of the sons of Sodom, and he says, and then they began to do all sorts of evil things. They began to hate their parents. They began to murder. They began to steal. And in that list, in the first chapter of Romans, St. Paul says that they became inventors of evil things. Inventors of evil things. An animal does not invent evil things. An animal just is what it is. but a human being invents evil things for the sheer desire to do evil. You can have humans live with enough money, with enough food, with shelter, and they will find evil things to do. All these people who have done mass shootings in America and also in Europe, because you've had shootings in the past in Europe. Read about them if you want to. You'll see that they didn't kill because they were in poverty. They killed for the sheer desire to kill, for fun. So why is this? Why are humans this way? Why? I thought about this for many years. And this is what I believe. And you can correct me on this if I'm wrong, if you think that I'm wrong. There is this verse in the Bible, in the New Testament, that is not so much discussed as are other verses. It's when St. Paul says that we are a little bit less than angels. We are lesser than the angels because we are made with flesh. We are made up of flesh. We have soul, we have spirit, but we have flesh. An angel is just a spirit. There's no flesh. So we are a little bit lesser than the angels. God created angels. He created all angels. All angels were created by God. And the angels were made with an eternal knowledge of God. This is what Thomas Aquinas tells us, that angels were made with an eternal knowledge of God. I'm not a huge fan of Thomas Aquinas, but most of the stuff that he wrote was, I would say, pretty orthodox. And the angels were made by God, and the angels turned, a third of the angels turned against God. They turned against God. And because they had this eternal knowledge of God, there was no way that they would ever be rehabilitated. There was no way that they could ever be reformed nor brought back to the fold of the good angels. Once they rebelled, they became evil. They were evil, and they will always be evil. So that is an angel. That's what happens to angels when they fall. The angels that said we will stand with God, they made that decision to stand with God, and because they have this eternal knowledge of good and they have this eternal knowledge of God, there is no way that they will ever turn evil, the good ones. The angels who have fallen, they made that firm decision. And once you make a firm decision like that, with the knowledge that an angel has, that angel is just evil. That's it. That angel is pure evil. Human beings were made, as St. Paul tells us, just a little bit less like angels. In the sense that we are spirit, but because we have flesh, we are a little bit less than the angels. And because we were made in God's image, that means that we have a knowledge of evil. Just like the angels had a knowledge of evil. And because we have this knowledge of evil, we can turn to evil. Now, why would God allow human beings to turn to evil? That's another big question. And this is a question that I've tried to answer. And I don't think that I've been able to fully answer that question, but I think that I've been able to partially answer that question. Partially, I think it's because human beings were made with free will. Now, why would God want us to have free will? Because God wants us to love him. Now, if I I'll put it to you this way. There's a lot of lonely guys out there. A lot of lonely men out there. They have no woman who loves them. They think that their whole identity as a man is defined by a woman loving them. And so they just want a woman to love them and this and that. And let's just forget that. Forget the incel thing. Let's just say men generally speaking and women generally speaking. They want love from the opposite gender. When someone rejects them, they feel pain, emotional pain. When somebody accepts them, they feel fulfillment. Right? So when a man is loved by a woman, he has a sense of fulfillment. When a man is rejected by a woman, he feels a sense of pain, internal, emotional heartache. But as painful as that is, when a woman chooses to love you, that is fulfilling, right? That's fulfilling because she has chosen to love you. Imagine if a woman was programmed to love you. Imagine if a woman only loved you because she was programmed to love you. Would that be fulfilling? It would be like loving a robot. So that would mean there is no love because there is no decision to love. There is only programming. So you would say, well, this woman desires me, but you could never say that she loves you. It's the same way in the relationship between man and God. God wants us to choose to love him. So we're here on earth, and we have what? We have all these different choices. We have this choice and that choice and this, and I want to do this, and I want to do that, and I want to do this. But then there's God. And God wants us to choose to love him. It's as simple as that. But if we are programmed to love him, if we're loving him like robots, well, that's not really love. Because you have not made a decision. You have not made the effort to resist all the other options to love God. You haven't made that effort. You've only been programmed to do that. So then it's not love. So God wants us to love him. He wants us to choose love. And because he wants us to choose love, then that implies that there is an option to love something else. And that something else is evil. So we can love God or we can love evil. And that's the reason why we have evil. Because human beings were designed with a choice. If we weren't designed with a choice, then we would not be able to choose to love God. St. John of Damascus tells us that the reason why God created humanity was because he wanted a creature who would love him. God is love. And when he created us in his image, he created us as a reflection of him. And so being a reflection of God, then we therefore were put on this earth to love him. Without that free will, then we're just robots, and it's not love. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. And so on this earth, we got all these humans walking around, and some of them love God, a lot of them love evil, and a number of them are so evil that they want to do things for the love of evil. So it's like when God made humans, he thought, okay, I want to make a creature that would love me, but I want them to choose to love me. If they don't choose to love me, then it's not really love. It's just programming. Okay. But if I give them the power to choose to love me, then I also give them the power to choose evil. And that is, I hate to describe this in such a simple way, but that is the risk that God took. There's probably a better way that I can describe it, but that's the risk that God took to make man. And things got so bad that God told Noah, I regret making humanity. I regret making your kind. So that's it. That's why there's evil. That's why there's evil. We are made in God's image. Therefore, we have a knowledge of good and evil. We have an understanding of good and evil. Therefore, we can choose between good and evil, just like the angels were given the choice between good and evil. We are lesser than the angels, as St. Paul tells us. But the reason why we can be rehabilitated and the fallen angels cannot is because we do not have an understanding, an eternal understanding of God. The angels do. So when we choose evil or when we choose sin, we usually do so because of the flesh, the weakness of the flesh. So understanding this weakness of the flesh, which hinders us from having an eternal understanding of God, then there is a hope for rehabilitation. Now, there are some people who love evil so much that it's not even, it goes beyond the sins of the flesh. It becomes utterly diabolical. And I think that those people are beyond rehabilitation. Jeffrey Dahmer, Ted Bundy, these guys were beyond rehabilitation. That's what I would say. Anyway, let me read your guys' comments here. Some of you guys wrote a bunch of stuff here. Kodiaks are bigger but less aggressive. I'm still not messing with them bears, let me tell you. My uncle once encountered 2 bears in the woods near him. My grandpa, on the other hand, once found a crusader camp in the same forest on accident. Wow, fascinating. Nobody was eaten in either case. So back to the naked dude walking past your house. If I heard he had... What? That's kind of weird, dude. I think it's on YouTube. I heard it a few years ago. I've never heard it. Reminds me of dip tobacco. Ran into a black bear face to face about 50 apart. Wow. Stupidity of some people is unbelievable. One day we will have dominion over those bears. In Shenandoah National Park, there are black bears everywhere. Damn. Backcountry 2014. Oh, I think I saw that. Is that the found footage movie? Or the husband and wife? That's a crazy movie. Yeah, I saw Cocaine Bear too. That was kind of a weird movie. It's a dark comedy. Only thing worse is 400-pound pissed off mama so feral hog. The hogs are no joke. Oh, the hogs are no joke. What makes a hog so scary is its shortness. It's so short and it's so strong and explosive, and it has these massive tusks that it's like trying to wrestle somebody who's shorter and yet stronger than you. Have you guys ever tried wrestling with a short man who's stronger than you? It's very difficult. It's very difficult. When you're wrestling with a taller guy, it's not necessarily easier, but with a taller guy, it's at least slightly easier to grab the person's legs, right? Depending on how trained the person is. If the person's very trained, then it's going to be a lot more difficult. If the person is not so trained, it's not that difficult to just grab the guy's leg and then take him down, because he's tall, so his legs are easier to target. Whereas with a shorter guy, he's right at your center of gravity. He can grab your legs much easier than you can grab his legs. Because him being shorter, his legs are farther from you than your legs are from him. So it's very difficult. So a hog is very, very short, and the damn thing is strong enough to blow your legs out. Very scary animal. My dad used to say that to me. Man is the worst kind of animal. It is. Man is the worst kind of animal. My dad used to say that, okay, the bear meat is delicious. I haven't tried bear meat. Never trust something you can't see. Growing up as Gen Z. Okay, yeah, I already read this. Humans can be possessed, absolutely. Bear tastes like bear. It's only oily meat like raccoon. Ugh. Doesn't a raccoon kind of look like a bear? And doesn't a bear kind of look like a dog? Fear makes people go crazy. Yes, absolutely. Humans are kind, caring creatures of themselves. Yeah. Makes you wonder. It makes you wonder about yourself, really. Because, sometimes you find yourself being selfish and you have to stop yourself. What am I doing here? And that's very difficult to do. Baroque music is probably the best music for your brain when you're studying, I would say. When you're reading, I think Baroque is very helpful. I can listen to Jesu, Joy of Man's Desire on repeat. Oh, Bach, yes. The battery for my mouse is going down, guys, so I'm gonna put it on the charger here. But I'm gonna use the keyboard to scroll down. Baked Alaska? 30 plus people died during the Summer of Love. Did you see that Russian tourist who got eaten by a shark? Yes, I did. I really felt bad for that guy. I did. It broke my heart when I saw that. Scary. Yeah, polar bears are no joke. Stay away from them. Theo, it's not the purple spotted auk. I already read this. I'll stick with the bears. Yeah. Word, Theo. Yep. Word to you. Word. I was about to say word to your mother, but that might sound offensive. But there's a song by Vanilla Ice where he's like, word to your mother. Play video games. Yes. Stay away from humans as much as possible. I know I do these live streams and I'm talking to humans, but I'm not with you guys physically. Fear is a great motivator for the government to control the people. Fear is a great motivator for the government to control the people. Well, fear is always going to be there, right? And the question is we all have fears of certain things, right? We all have concerns and things like that, and we want the government to do certain things to protect us from the things that we're scared of. We're scared of crimes, criminals. We're scared of pedophiles preying on children, and the government should be involved in stopping these evils from taking place. The government should be involved in fighting crime. That's just obvious. So if the government wants to step in and fight crime and prevent crime, I'm all for it. I have no issue with that. Why robbers are so unfair, I know. In London, Richmond Park, Japanese tourist has been pierced by deer antlers. Oh my god. That sounds horrifying. A guy got fired at my work today for breaking a guy's rib. What? First time I saw him, I thought to myself, this guy is a psycho. Later, I heard that he raped a 13-year-old girl and was in prison. Oh my god. You all got some psychos over there in Serbia. I thought Serbs were supposed to be a little bit more normal than Americans. I guess I'm wrong. I've always had the impression that Serbian people... I don't have this impression anymore, but I used to have this impression that like people in Serbia were more normal than people in America. Or people in Poland were more normal than people in America. Maybe people in Russia were a little bit more normal than people in America. But I mean, there's psychos everywhere, guys. There are psychos everywhere. Son of Sam, hot damn. I'm having the salmon with Carbonet. Awesome. 70s was the era of porn. It was also the era of serial killers. A lot of serial killers were in the 70s. Sometimes the first impression is right. Absolutely. Always follow your first impression. If your first impression is that somebody is a psychopath, that person is a psychopath. Always go by your gut. Do not ever go by the words that the person says. Don't go by don't even necessarily go by the person's actions, because a person may be doing certain things to make you feel comfortable. always go by your first impressions. Always. Your first impression is always correct. Every time I ignored my gut instinct, I always regretted it. Never ignore your gut instinct. Always go by it. Always abide by it. Never, ever think to yourself, oh, I'm just being overly dramatic, or I am overreacting. Or no, don't think that way. Because that moment where you're thinking that you're overreacting or that you're being overly dramatic may just save your life. That moment where you think, oh, that thing, that behavior that you exhibit that you may think is being overly dramatic may be the difference between life and death. You telling a person, I don't want to be with you, I gotta go, that may just save your life. That may just save your life. I'll tell you a crazy story. I have a relative from Mexico who went to a party. He was invited to a party in downtown Guadalajara. Guadalajara is the capital city of Jalisco. It's a huge city. I've been there numerous times. Big city. One of the biggest cities in the world, Guadalajara. And he was invited to this party by a friend of his. And it was at this nightclub. Mexico is full of nightclubs. People think Mexicans all just tacos and construction workers. There's a whole other world out there in Mexico. They got all sorts of people down there. And he went to this nightclub, and it was late at night. And there were people in the party that were dressed up in devil's horns. Late at night in a nightclub in downtown Guadalajara, which is one of the craziest, weirdest cities in the world, full of weirdos. And these people had devil's horns, and they were dressed up like demons, and they had like the pitchforks, and this relative of mine, he felt very uncomfortable with the whole thing, and his first instinct was that something is deeply wrong. And so he said, I gotta go. And the people there they said, why are you leaving? Blah, blah, blah. I said, no, I gotta go. So he left, and he was heading toward his car. And I think some of the party goers came out, and they were like, where are you going? Come on, don't leave. Stay. Come on, stay. And I gotta go. And he goes in the car, and he drives off. And I mean, that may have saved his life, because he felt so uneasy about it. It wasn't like they were dressed up as a joke. There was an underlying evil presence in this party, and he I guess got the impression that they were going to use him as a sacrifice or something, and he felt horrified, and he got the hell out of there. Leaded petrol fumes make men more aggressive, hence the greater amount of violent crime. What? In the 70s? I've never heard about this before. Same reason you would go on a roller coaster. Would you do that? Hell no. I used to go on roller coasters. I would never go on a roller coaster. I mean, I've heard about accidents and stuff like that. I mean, it's crazy. You're on this car and it's looping around. It's going up and down, and it's going through these loops, circular loops, and you're looking at the freaking floor, and you're looking at the earth because you're completely upside down. I mean, it's not safe. People skydive for the I know, for the rush. It's crazy, guys. For the rush, yeah. When you're about to die, there's gonna be no rush. The only thing that's gonna be rushed is your death. It's because of all the Yakubian energy. Right. We skydive to let people know that we are nuts. That's right. John Rambo was a good skydiver. Skinned bears look too human. Oh, this song is so good. My bro-in-law skydived till he shattered his back. Yeah. Unarmed folk make easy targets. Aquarium. Hello, John Avanti. Dogs for warning of danger, and gun for last resort. Yep. The only two phobias I have are a deep ocean and centipedes. Oh my god, deep ocean. Did I ever tell you guys the story of how I got lost at sea? Did I ever tell you guys this story? I don't know if I ever have. Have I ever told you guys this story? I don't know. But I remember many years ago, this was back in 2010. So ancient times, everybody. This was over a decade ago. I remember I went to Honolulu, Hawaii. And I met this hippie pastor when I was there. He was a hippie, non-denominational pastor. And he said he was this tall, bald-headed guy. He looked like he was from Northern California. He had to have been from California. Just looking at him, the way he talked. He had this hipster, nonchalant way of talking. Had to have been from California. Anyway, he was a ranch eater. And ranch eater is somebody who puts ranch dressing on their salad, which is, I mean, ranch dressing is disgusting. On a salad, on chicken, it's good. Ranch dressing on fried chicken, amazing. But ranch dressing on salad is disgusting. I'm pretty certain that ranch dressing was created by a black guy. I'm pretty certain. And I'm not even saying it to be funny. Like, if you look at the history of ranch dressing, I'm pretty certain it was invented by a black guy. It's one of the amazing inventions that came from the African American community. There was George Washington Carver, and then there was the guy who invented ranch. And that sauce, ranch sauce, that was invented for fried chicken. That was the reason for ranch. Ranch was made for fried chicken. And if you dip fried chicken on ranch, it's delicious. Why is it delicious? Because that is why ranch was invented. The reason why ranch was invented was for fried chicken. So when you actually use it for its original purpose, it's great. But when you put ranch dressing on a salad, that is an abomination. I mean, it's an abomination. Ranch is heavy enough. It's very heavy. Why would you put that on something as light as leaves, spinach leaves, kale, or dandelion leaves, lettuce, whatever leaf you want to use? Why would you put something as heavy as ranch sauce on salad greens? Salad greens are delicate and light. They need something delicate and light. Olive oil, balsamic vinegar, a mustard vinaigrette, something to the likes of that. But to put something as thick and heavy as ranch on something as delicate as salad leaves, salad greens, that's just an abomination. It's an abomination. Anyway, ranch eater. So this guy, this hipster pastor, he said, "Theodore, do you want to go bodyboarding?" So I said, well, what does that involve? And he said, well, it involves you on a board in the ocean. And I said, okay, this sounds scary. I said, aren't there sharks in that water? He said, no, I don't think there's even fish in that damn water. Theodore, stop being a damn wimp and get on a board. So I got on the board. I got on this board, paddle boarding. That's what it was. We were paddle boarding. We paddle board. So this guy got on his board. He gave me a board, so I got on a board. And we're paddle boarding. And we're paddle boarding down this stream. And there's a stream that connects. It was a stream that connected with the ocean. So we paddle boarded down this stream. And here I am, terrified, because I'm afraid that a damn shark is about to eat me. And I'm paddle boarding, and I look to my right. And on the right bank of this stream is a Costco. A giant, beautiful Costco. And here I am thinking, oh my God, civilization. Here I am on the stream in this horrendously capricious situation. I don't know if a shark is going to eat me. I don't know if a stingray is going to kill me. I don't know if I'm going to get eaten up by the Loch Ness Monster. But all I knew at that time was I wanted to be on the land and I wanted to be in Costco, eating a slice of pizza. But here I was in the ocean with some lunatic Christian pastor. Anyway, so we just kept paddleboarding. Pretty soon this stream flowed right into the ocean. So here we were in the ocean and we continued to paddle. We paddle and paddle and paddle and paddle. And the hipster guy, he starts paddling to the shore. He's okay, let's go to the shore. So okay, we're deep in the ocean now, right? We're not in the shallow area anymore. So he starts paddling towards the shore. I start following him. And I'm paddling, and I'm like, okay, soon we're going to get to land. We're going to get to land. I'm paddling, and I'm paddling, and I'm paddling, and I'm paddling, and I'm paddling. And it occurs to me that this man has gotten to the shore, and I'm still in the deep water. I was not in the shallow area. I was still in the deep part of the ocean. And this guy's already on the shore. And he said, keep paddling. So I kept paddling. Pretty soon I start getting a little bit tired. I'm paddling and paddling. And before you know it, the people on the shore start getting smaller. And they're getting smaller. And no matter how many times I paddled, and no matter how hard I paddled, the people on the shore kept getting smaller. And it came to the point where they were teeny tiny humans on the beach. Those people they were like ants. And the wind and the current just continued to suck me into the deep of the ocean. So here I am thinking, oh my God, I'm going to die. This is it. I'm going to get eaten by a shark. Hawaii is known for its hammerhead sharks. I think Hawaii has the highest concentration of hammerhead sharks in the world. I'm pretty certain is in Hawaii. And if it's not in Hawaii, then definitely Hawaii has one of the highest concentrations of hammerhead sharks on Earth. And here I was in the deep of the ocean. The current continues to take me in. I get terrified just remembering the experience. It's so horrendous. And everyone on the ocean, everyone on that beach is just tiny little humans. I'm getting sucked in, and there's no one around me. There's no one around me. I am alone. And a gust of wind all of a sudden hit me. I remember. And it was so destabilizing. It was so strong and forceful that it knocked me right off the board. And here I was in the water. And I remember telling myself, Ted, whatever you do, do not look into the water. Because the last thing I wanted to see was a hammerhead. And if I saw a hammerhead, I would panic. So I said, don't look at the water. Just get back on the board. And I got back on that board. And that pastor, that ranch-eating pastor, that lunatic who called himself a pastor, paddled his way all the way to me. He threw a rope. He said, grab the rope. And I grabbed the rope, and he paddled me all the way back to the beach. And just to stand on land. Just to stand on land felt like a blessing. And this is why I say, I don't want to go to the ocean. I don't want to be in the ocean. I don't want to be in the wilderness. I don't want to be in the snow. I don't want to be in the air. I don't want to be skydiving. I just want my feet to be on the earth. God made man. He made man. He took earth and he breathed into it. We are of the earth. We are not of the ocean. We stand on the earth. We stand on the earth, guys. I feel safe. My feet are on the earth. I am on stable ground. And just to have that feeling of my feet on the sand was glorious enough. And I told myself I will never swim in the freaking ocean. I'm done with the ocean. I don't want to see the ocean. I don't want to see waves. I don't want to be on the ocean. That's it. Ted, you're wrong. Ranch was invented as a salad dressing. Okay. Ranch sauce. Freaking Google is so retarded. Ranch sauce. Just give me the Wikipedia page. We can settle this argument once and for all. History. Who invented ranch sauce? Was it invented by... Yeah, Steve Henson. I found the photo of the guy who invented ranch dressing. Here it is. Oh, these freaking paywalls. So annoying. Here it is, guys. Paywall. Oh, here's a Twitter post. Oh, thank God. Here we go. Here we go. Here is the inventor. Here is the inventor of ranch dressing, everybody. Here's the inventor of ranch dressing. That is a black man. Now, do you think brothers are going to be making ranch for salad greens? They made it for fried chicken, guys. He didn't make it for no fried chicken. He made it for salad greens. He made that stuff for... I'm pretty certain he made that stuff for fried chicken. Pretty certain. Okay. He made it for fried chicken. I'm pretty certain he made it for fried chicken. Invented for fried chicken. It was made for fried chicken. What was ranch originally made for? Although ranch was originally intended to be a dressing for green. All right. All right. All right, you got me. You got me. You got me. You're right. No, you got me. You got me. It was made for salad. You're right. I just have difficulty believing that because it tastes so much better with fried chicken than it does salad. Paul Newman invented ranch? No, he did not. The whole space exploration thing, yeah. It's just, I don't know. Typical land creature. Don't splash if a shark is around you. They will think you're prey. They associate splashing with food and distress. Yeah. This sounds like a scary... It was a horrifying experience. It literally traumatized me. I will never forget it. Were you standing on the paddleboard or laying down? I was standing on it. I think Hawaii has a lot of tiger sharks. Get this. The name of the beach that I was at is called... Let me just make sure I got the name right. Hold on. Diamond Beach, Hawaii. Diamond Head Beach. This is where I was at. Let me show you guys. This is where I was at, guys. That's where I was at. That's Diamond Head Beach. Diamond Head Beach. This is it. This is where the story took place. Now, the guy that took me paddleboarding here told me that there are no sharks in this water. Okay. Shark attack. Man eaten. Doesn't the internet just suck so much nowadays? You search something And you get the opposite. Diamond Beach. Well, this guy said there were no sharks. Let me try to find the story without using Google. Or without showing you guys Google. Hold on. Diamond Beach shark. I looked into Diamond Beach when I got back to the mainland. I looked up Diamond Beach. And I read a story about a man who got eaten alive by a shark in Diamond Beach. And that was the very water that I got sucked into by the current. Let me look this up real quick. Hold on. Oh my God. Oh my God. Look at this. Here is the beach that I went to. I don't know if you guys can see this. Here it is, guys. Diamond Beach. Let me make this bigger for you guys. That's better. Honolulu. The incident off Diamond Head involved a surfer, a shark, and one terrifying minute. Here's a video from Diamond Head. No sharks, right? Here's a video from Diamond Head. Let me see if I can get this thing bigger. Go away, cookies. My God, leave me alone. Here we go. This is from Diamond. This is the very beach that I was at. This guy gets attacked by a shark in Diamond. Now, I had to mute the video. I don't know why news stations are so insistent upon some narrator explaining to me what's happening in a video as if I can't see what's going on. Let me play it for you guys again. Hold on. Look, here he is. And there's a shark. This is the very beach that I was at. This guy gets attacked. Look at that. The dude gets attacked by a shark. Oh my God, dude. It's horrifying. Okay, this is why you stay away from the ocean. This is why you stay away from the ocean. Literally sounds like a place with sharks. Yeah. Wait, we're going to go to Diamondback. What's it called? Diamondback Beach. Is that what it's called? Diamondback, yeah? Diamond Head, sorry. We're going to go to Diamond Head Beach. That sounds like a place that sharks would live in. You know what Diamond Head sounds like? It sounds like the breed of a shark. Diamond Head Shark. That's a diamond head, man. Stay away from those. I'm glad the surfer survived. Yeah, he can't know to a certainty that there's no sharks in an area. That's right. That's right. That's why when someone tells you, oh, there's no sharks here. How in the hell does he know that? How in the hell would you know there's no sharks in a certain area? Do you have like some special radar system in your brain? You don't know. You're in the ocean. We're going to need to start fact-checking Theo instead of taking him at his word. Yeah, absolutely fact-check me. I remember hearing years ago, and maybe I misheard this, that ranch was originally invented for fried chicken. Another Croatian win. Oh, absolutely. Croatia wins again. It's 2028 and Theo is drafted into the Navy. Oh, God. If I have to get drafted into World War III, the entire time I'm going to be thinking, I knew this shit was going to happen. I knew it. Listen, why would you want to fight in a war that America created? Because if World War III happens, and it will happen, it's going to be a war that America could have avoided. But because America continues to empower Turkey and Germany and these other countries, and we got a monster that we have to deal with. Here we go. Let's do this again. Yeah, I can imagine myself in World War III. I'll be sitting there thinking, this could have all been prevented. And that's the sad thing about World War III, is that it will be very preventable. It is very preventable. But what do I know? I had a feeling you were onto something with the ranch. We're gonna need to, yeah. It looks like a beautiful beach. It's horrifying. Ranch dressing was invented by E. Michael Jones. Hammerheads are real sharks. We're glad the weird hippie surfer came back for you. Yeah, I mean, he kind of saved my life, even though he should have never brought me paddleboarding, but he did in a way save my life. And he told me, he said, if I had never gone out to get you, this is what he told me. He said, Theodore, if I never went out to get you, you would have ended up to be a statistic. That's what he told me. He said, if I would have never gone out to get you, you would have ended up as a statistic. That's what he told me. Yeah. He paddled all the way back. And I told him, I said, I don't get it. How come you can paddle all the way to me and then paddle back with no problem? But I was stuck in the middle of the ocean. And he said, it's because of your body's positioning. The way that your body wasn't positioned correctly. And so your body essentially became a sail for a sailboat. Your body became a sail. And that's why the wind so easily pulled you into the deep of the ocean. And he said, if I had never gone out to get you, if I would have never went out to get you, you would have just continued to be sucked into the ocean by the current and by the wind, and you would have ended up as a statistic. That's what he told me. That's what he told me. And there was something else that I wanted to talk to you guys about. And by the way, guys, last stream, I wanted to play Total War Medieval 2 with you guys. And I was not able to because Total War Medieval 2 crashed on me. Well, during the week, I emailed the development company, the devs, as the gamers call it. I emailed the devs about my problem, and they explained to me how to fix it, and I did what they told me, and the problem has been fixed. So, if you stick around, after I'm done talking, you will see this game, because I want to play it during the stream. And I was playing it earlier today. And I just want to say that playing Medieval 2 Total War has been an absolutely, I don't want to say life-changing experience because it's a video game, but it has definitely made me appreciate it. It has brought me back to the appreciation that I had for games when I got my first N64. I'll just put it that way. When I got my first serious console was when I got my first N64 back in the, what was it, year 2000 or something? I don't remember when I got my N64. It was like late 1990s, I want to say. And I had this huge joy playing video games, playing Banjo-Tooie and Super Smash Brothers and all that stuff. And I don't want to say I got bored with console games, but I came to the point within recent years where I just stopped playing video games for prolonged periods of time. So instead of playing for 2 hours, I would play for 20 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour tops. I wouldn't really go beyond that. Sometimes I would, but that was pretty rare. So that's been my gaming experience within recent years. Well, that was my gaming experience within recent years, but I started playing Medieval 2 Total War, and the game the game was made in 2006, for crying out loud. You would think that a game made in 2006, is not exciting for today's time because, it's an older game and we're so used to playing really amazing AAA games. So why in the hell would we want to go back playing some game made in 2006? Well, that is, let me tell you, that is a mistake to think that way, because I started playing Total War, Medieval 2, and I can't stop playing this game. It's just an amazing game. I'll do all my work with Medieval 2 in my mind, thinking, I really want to finish my work so I can go and play Medieval 2. That's how good this game is. This game is so damn good, guys. And playing this game and enjoying it. Because, listen, I played Elden Ring. And I would play Elden Ring and think, oh my god, this game is boring. When is it going to end? Right? The music is wonderful. I love the music in Elden Ring. I love the aesthetics. I love the visuals for Elden Ring. But I would play Elden Ring for 30 minutes, and that was enough for me. Because what are you doing most of the time playing Elden Ring? You're just walking around, going to the little sites of grace, fighting a boss, and you die 20 times, and you don't know how to fight it's just crazy. It's an exhausting game. And so, I played the Resident Evil 4 remake. That was an amazing game. I loved that game. The Resident Evil 2 remake, Resident Evil 3 remake, Resident Evil Revelations 1 and 2. Great games. But even when I was playing those games, I did not have the same level of excitement that I had when I first started playing games, when I got my N64, and also when I got my GameCube. When I started playing Total War Medieval 2, it was like a piece of my childhood got revived. And that same feeling that I had when I played Banjo-Tooie, it just came back. The game is so good in the sense that you are creating your own empire in the Middle East, North Africa, and in Europe. And it's not like a typical game where you follow a story. You make your own story, which is how RPGs are. The reason why, see, for years, I never understood, and even when I was playing games, when I had the GameCube, even when I was playing games with my GameCube back in the early 2000s, I saw World of Warcraft and I saw these RPG games, and I just thought those games are so silly. It's just those are silly games. I want to play a game that has a story. I want to play a game that has really good graphics. I want to play a game that has great voice acting. That was, to me, the marks of good games. And not just the marks of good games, but that was, to me, the prerequisite for a good game. The game had to look good. If the game didn't look good, I wouldn't be interested in it. So I would see games like World of Warcraft, and then I would compare that to Metroid Prime, and I would think, okay, Metroid Prime is obviously a superior game to World of Warcraft, because Metroid Prime, at its time, was considered to be the most advanced game when it came to visuals. It was visually considered to be the best game made at its time. And I remember Metroid Prime getting an award at the E3 Awards for the best graphics. That's how good the graphics were in Metroid Prime at its time. So, until recently, I had always just I just didn't understand why people played RPGs or MMOs. Why did people play RuneScape? Or why did people play WoW? Or why did people play any one of these RPG type games, MMO RPG type games? until I had thought that way, going all the way back to the days when I started playing in the N64, and really going back to the days when I started playing GameCube. That's how long I had that opinion. And I held on to that opinion until last week. Last week, I got my hands on Medieval 2 Total War. And I thought, okay, this is going to be an RPG. You know, it was made back in 2006, so I bought it. You know, I bought it on the Apple Store because I have an app. I have a Mac. I bought it on the Apple Store for $20. And I think that's the only way I could ever play this game on a Mac, is to buy it on the App Store or buy it on Steam. But anyway, I got it on the App Store, on the Mac Apple Store. And I started playing it at like 4 in the morning. And I thought, I'll play this game for an hour and then turn it off, because I didn't think it would be anything special. Until I started taking territory. Until I started making negotiations with my neighbor cities and got them to be my allies. Until I started making deals with the popes. And then I started making trade deals with the Ottoman Empire and the Moors. And I'm thinking, wait a second. You're meeting because like you look at these other games, right? I don't know, pick a game. Resident Evil, right? Resident Evil is probably my favorite video game universe. I love Resident Evil. But Resident Evil, every Resident Evil game is a story, right? It's a linear story and you go through the story. It's like watching a movie and you are a participant in the movie. That's what a Resident Evil game is. That's what most games are. They're just basically animated movies that you are a partaker in. So you put on Resident Evil, you play Leon Kennedy, you go through the village, you kill the villagers, you go from the village to the castle, from the castle you go to the island, you take the president's daughter out there and you're done. That's Resident Evil 4. Resident Evil 2, you go, what's Resident Evil 2? Resident Evil 2 is what? You start out in a city. What was it? Raccoon City. You meet up with Leon. It's a story. You're following the story, right? You like the story. You think the story is cool. With an RPG game, you are the director of the movie. You are the director of the film. So instead of you being dictated by a story, you are the director of the movie. You're writing the script. So the movie in Medieval 2 Total War is the rise of an empire. Well, how do you make that empire rise? You make the decisions. You have a budget. You have to manage the budget. So you're a treasurer. You're in charge of the accounting for the empire. Well, you want to make your army really big. Okay, so you start making your army big. Well, you got to pay the soldiers. Well, okay, you start paying the soldiers. Well, what happens when your army gets so big that you're spending more money than you're making? Well, now you're beyond your means. Now you're in a deficit, right? You're not in a financial surplus. You're in a financial deficit. You're losing money. So you're kind of stuck. You're just paying these soldiers and you're spending more than what you're making. So you're financially you can't expand your empire. If you can't expand financially, you can't expand militarily. So what do you got to do? You got to lay off a bunch of soldiers. So you lay off a bunch of soldiers. You bring yourself back within budget, and then you start doing things to expand your budget. Well, what do? You make trade deals with your neighbors. You make trade deals with other countries. You make trade deals with the Mongolians, with the Egyptians, with the Turks. You're making trade deals with the Milans, the Milanese, with the Sicilians and the Byzantines, and you're with the English and the French. And well, what happens? Well, you want to make an alliance with them. So you make an alliance with the French. Well, it turns out that the French don't like the English very well. And the French heard that you made an alliance with the English, and they're mad at you. So now you lose your alliance with the French, and then you strengthen your alliance with the English. You make an alliance with the Hungarians. Well, what happens when England doesn't like Hungary for whatever reason? You are the director of the story. Everything that is required to make an empire in the real world, you do it in this virtual world. So it's like the movie Napoleon. I never saw it, but imagine the film Napoleon with Joaquin Phoenix, but you are Napoleon, and now you're expanding your empire. You're creating an empire. Well, now it's not like Red Dead Redemption. Yes, Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2 had amazing graphics, amazing story, excellent voice acting. Some of the Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2 are some of the best games ever invented. Masterpieces. But you are not the director of those stories. And yes, you have to, that's correct. 117 Rebel says you have to also maintain the happiness of your citizens. So what do you do to maintain the happiness of your citizens? You build farms for lots of agriculture. You build granaries so there's enough food. You also build churches because people go to church. They're happier when they are participating in Christianity and Christian spirituality. The priest brings the hope and solace. You build a monastery that brings more hope and solace because now people are going to the monastery. They're talking to the monks. They're getting hope. They're being taught morality. So you bring happiness. You maintain happiness. And by maintaining happiness, you maintain order. You also create a town hall where people can voice their problems to the government and the government can take care of them. And people are happier. You also create a different buildings that will assist the expansion of your military. You also hire merchants. You train people up in the art of merchandise, and then you expand them. You send them off to different countries. You have them sell wine and timber and all sorts of different materials. Then, pretty soon you start developing cannons, and you can fight your enemies better. So you start expanding your economy, and then as you expand your economy, you expand your military. So you really have to work at it in this game. This game is so damn good. I have never been as addicted to a game like this since I played Banjo-Tooie on the N64. When I played Banjo-Tooie or Super Smash Bros. On the N64. When I played Super Smash Bros. Or Banjo-Tooie on the N64 back in the day, I could not stop playing those games. Spent hours on those damn games. Then, GoldenEye on the N64. I played that game for hours when I first got it. What else is there? World is Not Enough on the N64. What else did I get? Metroid Prime. I played that game for hours. I played those games for hours. And then when I got to the Xbox One and those games, I would play them, but I would play them for 30 minutes, an hour tops, and I would turn them off. Why? Because for some reason, it just wasn't clicking. I like them. Trust me, I really like them. But they weren't clicking that well for some reason. And then I got Total War Medieval 2, and I'm like, this is what my brain was looking for. This game is so damn good. So damn good. And it was made in 2006, guys. And I am finally appreciating why people like MMORPGs. I finally got it. I played World of Warcraft last year or earlier this year, and I thought, I don't know, this game, they got witches and warlocks, and they got giant pyramids over here, and the giant snake creatures over here, and you're hitting buttons, and it just doesn't look good. And everything is over the top. You got Aztec pyramids and octopuses flying up. I just don't get World of Warcraft, right? I understand why people like it, because you're kind of world building in a sense. You're building your own guild and all that stuff. So I understand why people like it. It's just not for me. But then I started looking at games like RuneScape, and I started looking at these other older RPGs, MMORPGs, and then I heard about Total War Medieval 2, and I said, you know what, I'm going to give this a try. I finally come to the appreciation as to why people like these games. I appreciate why people like these games, and I understand why people can't stop playing these damn games. And now I understand, you see, because I would hear these nerds on the internet, and they were saying things like, oh, games aren't as good nowadays. back in the day, back in 2004, 2005, games were so much better and blah, blah, blah. And here I was thinking, no, they weren't. Because here I am, I'm thinking, because you see, until recently, if you ask me what made a good game, I would say graphics, voice acting, music, and the storyline. That's what makes a great game. So you play Red Dead Redemption, great story. You play Resident Evil, great story, or stories. Far Cry 5, great story. Far Cry New Dawn, great story. Wolfenstein, The Old Blood, great video game. Wolfenstein, the not the one with the two sisters, but the one before that was really good. I think it was Wolfenstein Old Order or New Order, I don't remember, but it was a great game. Metro. The Metro games are amazing. I love Metro. Great games, especially the most recent one. Excellent game. Metro, what was it called? Metro what was the name of that game? Metro. What was the latest Metro game? Metro 2033. Oh man, what was the latest Metro? Metro Exodus. Yeah, great game. Yeah, New Colossus. That was a great game. Metro Wolfenstein. But these are great games. But if a game didn't have good graphics, good story, I just wasn't interested in it. And when I heard people say, "Oh, back in the early 2000s, games were so much better," and blah 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 blah, I just never really understood that. I thought those people were just being, overly critical for the sake of being overly critical. But then I got my hands on this game from 2006, and I said, "You know what? I take everything back. What makes a good game is not really good graphics. What makes a good game, truly, truly, at the end of the day, what makes a good game is the ability to make your own world. That is what makes a good game. What makes a good game is you are in this universe, this virtual reality, and you can now make your own world, and you can dictate the story. And the more power you give the player, the more engrossed that player is going to be. So it's not just, okay, here you are in this village, fight the zombies. And then if you go to this direction, you go down to this certain direction, you do this certain thing, you're not going to reach the subsequent chapter of the story, the next chapter of the story. It is, you're in this universe, be the director of the movie. Oh, so I can do it this way and do it that way and yes, go ahead, do it. Well, if I do this, then I run out of money. Yeah, so you're going to have to manage budget. Okay, I'll have to manage the budget. Okay. And if I don't make the military strong enough, I'm going to get invaded. Yeah, the Sicilians are going to invade your island and exterminate your people. So you better make a strong military. You can have a weak military, and you can focus on agriculture, and you may have a good economy, but if your military is weak, then you're going to get invaded. And everyone is super opportunistic in this game. So if if the Turks aren't invading you, the Greeks are invading you. If the Greeks are not invading you, the Sicilians are invading you. If the Sicilians aren't going to invade you, then the Mongolians are going to invade you. Everything is super capricious in the game. But you are the director in this very unstable, uncertain world. And that level of being the director of the film that's what pulls you in. Being the director of the film. You can lead the story the way you want. And man, I'm going to spend a lot of time on this game. I am going to just digest this game. I'm going to enjoy and relish this game slowly. And then when I'm done with it and I've had enough, I'm going to play Total War Rome. And maybe, just maybe, I'll play Total War Warhammer. Just to be a total nerd. And maybe, just maybe, maybe, just maybe, I will start getting into other RPG games. Maybe I will get see you later, Guts 166. Maybe I'll play. I want to say RuneScape, but RuneScape looks. Ugh, it just doesn't look very interesting. But Rome Total War, ooh, it looks really good. And then eventually, when the game gets super cheap, I'll get myself Bannerlord. Is that what it's called? Bannerlord? Pretty certain that's what it's called. This game looks so good. Yeah, Bannerlord. And it's for the Xbox. So I'll get it on the Xbox. The Xbox X, whatever it's called. I'll get it on that console. And that game looks amazing. And that came out last year. I'm thinking, why in the hell did I not hear about Bannerlord? It came out last year. Why wasn't I hearing about it? It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. But this game, man, it's just so good. And when I play Medieval 2, I'm thinking, here I am playing a game in 2006. I'm playing a game that was made in 2006. And here I am. I'm almost in the year 2024. Here I am playing a game in 2006. And it's like I'm back in middle, not middle school. I'm back in high school. It's such a weird. I feel like such a nerd. I feel like such a junkie. And you know what's so crazy is I'll be playing the game and dude, look, this is so pathetic. Look at this. Freaking potato chips near my computer. God help me. I think I'm becoming a junkie, guys. And then I have this fridge. Look what it's full of. Dude, it is full. It has a box full of cheap American beer. What am I becoming, guys? What am I becoming? Theodore Schubot, have you played The Witcher 3? I have not played The Witcher 3. You know, I've heard so much about this game. I've watched a little bit of the gameplay. I'm just not sure about The Witcher 3. I'm not sure. The Game Awards just recently happened, and Baldur's Gate just dominated everything. Just like Elden Ring dominated the Game Awards last year. And Baldur's Gate 3, I watched some of this game. I just don't get it. The game looks weird. Some guy having sex with a demon woman. I mean, it's not for me. I like to play games that have reality in them. You know, like Rome. Okay, Rome existed. Venice. You know, I can play Venice and conquer territories. I can play England. I mean, these countries that exist, right? States and countries and societies that exist. Mongolia. I don't want to play some guy and you have a woman who got horns on her head. Am I supposed to be turned on by this? A woman with horns on her head? This is what they have in Baldur's Gate 3. Some guy having sex with a woman who has horns on her head. I was like, am I supposed to be turned on? This is so weird. They have this in a game. The sex itself is not in the game, but it's implied. But still, it's just. How in the hell did this game make it to number 1 in the world? I don't get it. But what's weird is that you have companies that are investing a lot of money, tons of money, in making these games that have really, really good graphics, right? These are games that look like they have really good graphics. Visually, they look okay. And people hate them. There was a game that came out called Starfield. And I remember seeing the gameplay for Starfield some months ago. And it looked really good. And now everyone says it sucks. And a lot of money, millions of dollars, were poured into this game. And it didn't make a single award. And here I am playing a game made in 2006, and I'm thinking this game is a masterpiece. I finally understand what people mean, what these nerds online have been saying for years when they say that games are not as good as they used to be. Because when I would hear that, I would think, what are you talking about? We have games coming out today with great graphics. You know, Modern Warfare and RE4 Remake and Red Dead Redemption, like Red Dead Redemption 2, and all these games have come out. And they have great graphics. Why are these people complaining? And then now I'm playing an RPG from 06, and I'm thinking, oh, this is what they meant. This is what they meant, guys. Have you ever seen the trailer for GTA 6? No, I have not. I have no interest in any of the GTA games. I don't like those games. GTA to me has always been like a murder simulator. It's a very bizarre thing to play. There's nothing interesting about GTA. I don't like the idea of being a criminal in a video game. I don't like the idea of being like a gangster. I just, it doesn't interest me at all. The old COD is so much better than the new. Have you seen the trailer? Okay, I already saw that. Baldur's Gate, isn't that the game where yeah, Grizzly Bear. Yeah. I don't get it. I need to whip you back into shape. Well, good luck with that. I got gout, man. It's hard enough for me to work out. I am literally working out on a chair. When I work out, I sit on a chair. I can't work out on my feet. I mean, I can, but I have to be very, very light. But I try to lift this I have this kettlebell. Let me see if I can show it to you guys. Hold on a second. Where's my kettlebell? Let me see. Oh, here it is. I have this kettlebell here. It's a 30-pound kettlebell. And I work out with it, and I have to sit on a chair because if I do too much kettlebell work on my feet, I'll get a gout flare up. Master Driver says, lol. I can't blame you. Thea will be like Asmongold. No. I can't drink that much Dr. Pepper. Ted is going to be painting miniatures in the future. Oh my gosh. Tell me if I'm wrong about this. Is this just me, or is there something in gaming culture that is both distinct and very bizarre at the same time? Let me elaborate on what I mean by that. I've noticed that in the gaming world, they will have these conferences where the developers get on a stage and they talk to a bunch of nerds who are obsessed with the game that they make. And these developers are always dressed up in black. Not always, but almost always. They are dressed up in black. And then, and this is one thing that I've noticed ever since I was playing my GameCube in California. They have these video game shows, and they always bring women to talk about games, and the women always look the same. Have you guys noticed this? I have noticed this since I was watching G4. Remember G4? G4 was a video game television station that was dedicated to video games. It only played shows that were about video games. They only pertained to games. That was it. So they had a show on World of Warcraft, I remember. They had 2 shows that were all about just rating games. Or 3, actually. They had 3 shows that I remember that were all about rating games. And there was this one show on G4. Oh, I remember. It had a Jewish guy in it. It was a Jewish guy, and it had this woman. And everybody, the men who watched G4, they weren't really men. We were all just a bunch of nerds. When we would watch this show, we would just go goo goo gaga over the woman in this show. What was her name? G4. What was her? She was amazing. Morgan Webb. That was her name. There was Morgan Webb, and then there was Olivia Munn. She had a show, I remember. And then there was a rating show where they had Tommy Tallarico. Remember that show? Tommy Tallarico would rate games. That was my favorite show to watch. But then at night, I would watch this show where they would rate games, and they had Morgan Webb as the as one of the hosts of the show. It was her and some Jewish guy. And the Jewish guy, it's like, okay, we don't care about that guy. We all were focused on Morgan Webb because she looked so damn good. And then she would talk about video games, and it was just amazing. And because video games were always associated with nerd culture. That's the thing. They were always associated with just weird nerd culture. And to see a good-looking woman talking about games, there was something very enamoring about that. There was something very enamoring about that, I remember. And I one thing I have noticed is that they always bring a type of woman on these gaming shows, and they all have the same look. They have very symmetrical faces, and they have a face that would go very well, or that would fit almost perfectly with elf ears in a Lord of the Rings movie. And I noticed that all these gaming nerds, they have this like fetish for a woman that looks like she could have elf ears. And I'm not like that myself, okay? But it's just something that I've observed. That's all I'm saying. It's just something that I have observed over the years. I've noticed this ever since I was playing games back in the back when G4 was around. But because of YouTube, G4 doesn't exist anymore. There's no G4 anymore. But I've noticed that in this gaming subculture, all the devs, they dress up in black. Everything is dimmed. When people get together to talk about games for these particular shows, the lights are usually dimmed. And then the women look like elves, and they're like, "Oh, let's talk about this game." And then they'll bring somebody over to they'll like, for example, if you look at these gaming shows or these game award shows, they always bring someone over. They're like, "This is the 2000 and whatever, E3 awards. And let's now bring in our wonderful host." And they bring in some woman, and she gets up on the stage, and you guessed it, she looks like an elf. Now, this is just my observation on gaming culture, but am I wrong? Yeah, the gamer girl look absolutely hasn't changed. You should try Fallout New Vegas, lots of choice, multiple. I've heard a lot about, yeah, people have told me about Fallout. Not save his kid if emergency strikes, so he got into shape. Check. My gaming snacks are beef jerky, blueberries, and popcorn. For me, gaming is all about the chips, man. Put lemon juice in water for your tea for gout relief. Oh, okay, I'll try that out. What you're eating to get gout? I was born with it. I've had gout attacks since I was in the 6th grade. That's when I started getting them. But I've noticed that what triggers them right now is excessive exercise or excessive lifting with my feet. So if I crouch down in like a squat position to lift something, if I do that too many times, I will get a gout flare up. If I lift a lot of weight, if I do a lot of kettlebell stuff on my feet, I will get a gout attack. If I drink too much beer, I will get a gout attack. That's why I almost always will drink light beer. I can drink a light beer, nothing will happen. If I drink a beer that is very high in calories, there is a chance that I will get a gout attack. If I drink 2 beers that are heavy in carbs, that are very thick, dark beers, like a Shiner, the chances of me getting a gout attack are pretty high. Pretty high. Finding a mate and all that just happens to be corporate. I've just noticed that all these game shows and all the shows about video games and all the gaming culture, it's all the same thing. The devs dressed up in black, the women look like elves. You got a bunch of nerds who are complaining about everything, why the games suck or whatever like that. Like all the whole gaming culture is like that. But I've started to watch a documentary on the history of MMOs. It's 2.5 hours long video on YouTube, and so far it's been very entertaining. But I'm not going to watch the whole thing in one setting because that would be kind of embarrassing, to sit there and watch a 2.5 hours long video on the history of MMOs in one setting. So anytime I'm eating lunch or if I'm eating dinner, I'll just resume from where I left off in the documentary. But anyway, I really want to talk to you guys about something based in reality. We just talked for like a whole hour about video games. So I want to talk to you guys about something that's just based in reality, and that is something from Byzantine history. I'm reading this book. This is a six part book, 6-volume book, actually. Well, actually, no, 10-volume book, I want to say. So this is part 1 of this series that I've been reading. This is called The Histories, and I really cannot remember this man's name, but his name is Laonikos Chalkokondyles. Anybody who can speak Greek, how do you pronounce this guy's name? Laonikos Chalkok. I got to do the phonics game. Laonikos Chalkokondyles. Laonikos Chalkokondyles. Anyway, this dude, he lived at the time when Constantinople was sacked. Okay? He lived in the time period when Constantinople was sacked, and he was a very prestigious person at his time, this Laonikos guy. And he writes a lot about what was going on before the sacking of Constantinople. And the only reason why I got this book is because I want to learn about what the hell was going on before Constantinople got sacked. I read about the actual sacking of Constantinople, and everyone has heard about this, right? 1453, Ottomans invaded the city, they sacked the city, they killed the inhabitants, enslaved the inhabitants, pretty horrendous. But I want to know what was going on before. Because one thing I've noticed about historical events like the sacking of Constantinople is that they are always preceded by tremendous corruption. So you have something horrendous like the sacking, the conquest of Constantinople, which is one of the greatest moments in human history, right? Because here you have the eastern capital, the capital of the Roman Empire, right? What was the Roman Empire at its time? Because when we think of Rome in Italy, but the Roman Empire continued on through Constantinople. So you have the continuation of the Roman Empire through Constantinople, and it all disappears. It all ends. What was left of it is completely and utterly taken over by the Ottoman Empire. And the Ottoman Empire inherits the Roman Empire, and it becomes sort of the Islamic continuation of the Roman Empire. And Mehmet II even called himself Caesar. He said, I am now the Caesar. So when people talk about events like this, they will tend just to talk about the event itself, but they don't really get into what was going on beforehand. And I want to know what was going on before. Because people have this idea when they get into the whole Christian versus Muslim topic. They tend to speak as if you had... They tend to speak in very black and white ways. And what I mean by that is they speak in a way, they speak as if you had just Christendom and then you had Islamdom. And Islamdom just came in, crushed Constantinople. But they don't really get into the nitty-gritty of it all. It's like when people talk about World War II, they'll say, well, you had Third Reich, Nazi Germany, and then America comes in, saves the day. Well, that's a part of the story, but that's not the whole story. That's the ending. You're reading the end of the story. What's the beginning of the story, right? When it comes to the Third Reich, well, you find out that America kind of liked Hitler initially. Wait, what? Yeah, America kind of liked him. Then you find out all these American industrialists also kind of liked Hitler, and they wanted to do business with him. And then you read about, you read about how after World War I, America financed the rebuilding of Germany and the reindustrialization of Germany, and how without that financialization of Germany's industry, without that financing of Germany's industry, there would have been no Third Reich. And then you read about how there was all these people in Wall Street who kind of liked Hitler, or they liked Hitler, and they liked what he was doing with eugenics, and so they supported him. So then you find out that there was this Frankenstein called the Third Reich, but America was played a big role in the creation of this monster. And then eventually America had to go in there and save the day. But once you factor in all of these details, then you have a better understanding as to what happened. And then you have a better understanding as to what can happen in the future. That in the future, America and major powers like America can create a Frankenstein that it later has to deal with. And America has done this in the past, not just with Hitler, but America played a role in the revival of Islamic fundamentalism and then had to deal with Islamic fundamentalism in the future. So when you look at these big events like World War II or the sacking of the conquest of Constantinople, what's more, to me, it is important to read about the events themselves, but it is equally as important to also read about the events that preceded those particular occurrences. Do you see what I'm trying to say here? Do you see what I mean here? So it's very important to read about the events that precede those particular events. That way we can understand how these events take place. So that when we look at our own time, when we look at the current events in our own time, we can say, oh, okay, this is where this is going, right? This is what this is leading us to. And you can, in a way, I'm not going to say you can predict the future, but you can have sort of a rough understanding as to what we are leading ourselves into. So, very important. So, one thing that I have learned reading this book is that it was not black and white at all. And I'm not reading some modern book that's critical of Christianity. This is a book written by a Greek guy who lived at the time of the sacking of Constantinople and who covers the history of what happened before the sacking, or I should say the conquest of Constantinople. And what I have learned reading this book is that Christians were killing each other massively before the conquest of Constantinople. Centuries before, Christians were slaughtering each other. Europeans were slaughtering each other. And it wasn't always just Greek Orthodox Christian versus evil Muslim. Many times it was Greek Orthodox Christians fighting against other Greek Orthodox Christians and then making deals with the Turks. And there was also, you will also find Turks killing each other, and then the Greeks coming in and picking a faction against the faction that they want to destroy, in the hopes that they can take advantage of the divisions within the Ottoman Empire to undermine and weaken the Ottoman Empire and also to gain territory for themselves. You also had Greeks versus Italians. The Italians actually controlled parts of Greece back in the medieval period, going into the late medieval period. You had Italians controlling parts of Greece, and the Greeks and the Italians fought and killed each other for territory. So one thing that I have learned over the years reading this type of history is that there was never really a moment when the Christians and the Muslims were fighting each other that you did not have Christians killing one another. Let me rephrase that, because I don't think I stated that in a very articulate way. You never had a moment when the Muslims and Christians were killing each other when Christians were not killing each other. When Muslims and Christians fought each other, Christians were also killing each other. Europeans were killing each other. Europeans were killing each other. So, never really was there a moment when Christendom was truly united. The closest thing to united Europe the closest thing that you can get to a united Europe against Islam was the First Crusade. That was the first. I think that is the closest thing that you can find in history of Christians united together against Islam. And even then, during the First Crusade, you had Europeans killing each other. Because the Europeans came in, and specifically the French came in, the Franks, They took over Jerusalem, but guess what? The Franks began to rival with each other as to over who was going to control Jerusalem. And the Crusades ended up just decaying into a big power battle, a big struggle over power between European Christians. And you can read about, for example, the crusade that was launched by Richard the Lionheart. Why did Richard the Lionheart abandon the mission to take Jerusalem? Well, there were really two reasons. One was because he had advisors who told him that Jerusalem was impenetrable because it was so well guarded, and Salah ad-Din had all these catapults, and he wasn't really going to have the capacity to penetrate Jerusalem. But the main reason why Richard the Lionheart did not take Jerusalem was because Europeans back in Europe stole his land. They stole his stuff. There were French people who stole his territory. And Richard the Lionheart said, I got to go back to Europe and kill my own people. I got to go fight my own people. So people had this idea that back in the day it was just Christian versus Muslim, and it was Christendom, and there was Islamdom, and they were all fighting each other. No, when you look at the history of Christian-Islamic wars, there was really never a moment when Christians weren't killing each other. Europeans were always fighting and killing one another. And today, in our own time, there is no Christendom. We just have Europe. We have the West, right? The so-called West. There is no Christendom anymore. Oh, that's why I kind of laugh when I hear people say, "Oh, well, Christendom is dying." Christendom died a very long time ago, guys. Christendom, the death of Christendom can be traced. You can go back to the time of the Knights of St. John. The Knights of St. John, I guess, could be called the final Crusaders. Well, they were 500 monks on an island. Nobody really gave a damn. Nobody was there to help them. There was 500 monks, and you had some mercenaries. You had some Spanish mercenaries that were there, and that was pretty much it. Nobody really gave a damn about the Knights of St. John. So Christendom died a long time ago. Oh, the Battle of Lepanto. The Battle of Lepanto was won by the Holy League, and the Holy League was dismantled about a year after the Battle of Lepanto. And even during the Battle of Lepanto, the Holy League was prohibited by the British. The British would not allow its citizens to join the Holy League, even though they knew that the Holy League was used to fight against the Ottomans. The British didn't support it. It was dismantled, like I said, about a year after the Battle of Lepanto. So Christendom started decaying a long time ago, and then it died a long time ago. There is no Christendom. It's just Europe, and there's the West. There's no Christendom, okay? The closest thing that you can find in history of a united Christendom against Islamdom was the First Crusade. Correct me on that if I'm wrong. But that was done at a time when the Pope said, you guys are killing each other too much. Europeans can't stop killing each other. You guys are like Hutsis and Tutsis over here. And we need a way to unite the Christians. So what did the Pope do? The Pope said, let's fight the Muslims. The Muslims are evil. They're killing Christians. They're killing pilgrims. The Seljuks are barbarians, and they were barbarians. We have to unite and go against the Muslims. And so in the First Crusade, you had mainly Franks, but you also had Italians, and you had Irish people that joined the Crusades, and you had English people who joined the Crusades, and you had all sorts of different peoples, European nations. You had all sorts of peoples from various European nations unite together to join the First Crusade. That's the closest thing you can get to a united Christendom. But even when you read about the First Crusade, you will read about how the Christians, the Western Christians, and the Greek Christians hated each other. There was a book I read years ago. Oh, what was it called? It was a book written by a Byzantine historian. I forgot his name. but he wrote about. I remember reading this guy's book, and he wrote about the First Crusade. I'm pretty certain he was alive during the First Crusade. And he talked about the Franks coming over, heading towards Jerusalem to go take Jerusalem from the Muslims. And this is a crazy story. He talked about how even during the First Crusade, you had Frankish Christians going into Constantinople trying to undermine its walls. And there's a crazy story I read in his book. It talked about how these French Catholics, they call them Franks, they were just French people. There's Marine Le Pen's ancestors. These Frankish Catholics were digging a tunnel underneath the walls of Constantinople. And here were these French guys, they were digging their way. They were like, we're going to take this damn city. And I remember reading about this. And I think this was around the time of the First Crusade or right before it. And they didn't know that the Greeks were armed with something called Greek fire, blue fire. And the Greeks had flamethrowers. Oh, yes. The Greeks had flamethrowers, all right? And these Franks were digging their tunnel, and the Greeks saw the Franks coming in, and the Greeks just said, hit him with the blue fire. And they hit him with the blue fire, and all those guys burned alive. And there was one event that I remember reading about how there was a Frankish Catholic priest charging after Greek soldiers with a sword. Charging after them. And a Greek archer fired an arrow, hit the priest. And the book I was reading, this Greek guy who wrote the book, he said that this Catholic priest was hit by an arrow, and he kept charging after the Greeks, even though an arrow was in him. And he kept going, and he kept going, and the Greeks hit him with another arrow. And he got hit with an arrow, and he kept on going. And they said, this Greek guy said, we had to hit this guy with like 8 arrows before he finally dropped. The guy had some serious energy. Maybe he was, I don't know, empowered by the papacy or something. I don't know what gave him the energy, but this guy just kept on going. So there were some wild fights between the Greeks and the Franks. And this was centuries before the Normans eventually just sacked Constantinople. But that's another thing, in the midst of the crusade between the Muslims and the Catholics, the Catholics sacked Constantinople. I mean, we talk about, the Ottoman Empire sacking Constantinople. The Catholics did that before. They sacked Constantinople. They raped, they pillaged. My point is that there was never a time when the Christians were not killing each other. There was never a time when the Europeans were not killing each other. There was never a time during the Muslim Christian wars, there was never a time when the Europeans were not killing each other. Never. And even when you read this book, I mean, most of this book is Greeks, and the Greek guy hated this Greek guy, and the Greeks hated this Greek guy, wanted to take power, but he hated his father, he hated his brother, blah, 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 blah. And there's Turks also who kill each other. Bayezid, before he became Sultan, he murdered his brother. After the Battle of Kosovo, the Serbs will know this one. Well, right before the end of the battle over Kosovo, Bayezid murdered his own brother so that he could become the Sultan. I love this instrument. And the book talks about how there was this Sultan, Mehmet I. And Mehmet I had Bayezid had a bunch of sons. A very fascinating story. This I'm just telling you what's in this book, because they're historians who question, they question what was written in this book. But I'm just going to tell you what's in this book. The Sultan Bayezid. The Sultan Bayezid had all these sons, And he had one named Musa and Yusuf, and he had all these different sons. And, Bayezid, before he became the Sultan, he murdered his own brother. He had his own brother strangled to death so that he could get rid of the competition and become the Sultan. And his sons ended up killing one another. So just as he murdered his own brother, his sons murdered each other for power. And there was one son that he had. In the book, it says that his name was Isa, which is the Islamic way of saying Jesus. But historians will say that the name of this son actually was Yusuf. Regardless, the book tells us that the emperor, that the Sultan Bayezid, had a son by the name of Isa. And this son saw his brothers killing one another for power, vying for power, killing one another for power. And Isa said, I do not want to participate in this. I do not want to participate in these squabbles and in these murderous rivalries between my brothers. And do you know what this son did? This son of the Sultan Bayezid, do you know what he did? According to this book? This book tells us that Isa went to the Greeks and he told the Greeks, let me convert to your religion. He had no interest in Islam. He wanted to leave Islam and convert to the religion of Jesus, to the faith of Jesus. So he went over to the Greeks and he said, let me convert to your religion. He wanted to take part, he wanted to not take part at all in the murderous rivalries of his brothers. He went to the side of the Greeks. He converted to Christianity, got confirmed into the Eastern Orthodox Church, and then he died in absolute obscurity. Now, isn't that an amazing story? And after he died, his brothers were killing each other. So the one brother that is not power hungry, that isn't murderous, that does not want to take part at all in any of these murderous, bloody rivalries. The one brother who didn't want to do any of this violence converts to Christianity and dies. Not too long after that. It's almost as if it was almost as if God said, come home. It's over. You don't have to be in this earth anymore. Come home. And the other brothers, they lived for years and years after this guy's death. And what did they do? How did they spend their time on earth? They spent their time on this earth by killing one another. It's a crazy story. It's crazy stories in this book. That stuff happened in a Serbian dynasty, and he talks about the Serbs. He gets into the Serbs, this guy. Let me see if I can recount you some of this stuff. So the one son of Bayezid that would eventually become a sultan a sultan by himself without the rivalry of his brothers was Mehmet I. So Mehmet I, he eventually kills his brother Musa, and then he just takes full control. He has no other brothers to rival with him. And Mehmet I becomes the Sultan. And Mehmet I had two sons. One was Mustafa and the other was Murad, according to this book. And Murad was the older brother, so Murad naturally was supposed to be the successor of his father. But Mustafa, his younger brother, said, no, I am the Sultan. So guess what happened? They had a violent rivalry. And eventually, Murad killed his brother Mustafa. He had his brother Mustafa strangled to death. Now, before this happened, the Greeks came along and they said, okay, how do we take advantage of this? How do we take advantage of this? Okay. We'll side with Mustafa against Murad. And they thought by picking a faction, they could weaken the Ottoman Empire. Well, what ended up happening was Murad ambushed his brother Mustafa and strangled him to death. So you had divisions even between the Turks. Is the book generally considered a reliable account by modern historians? It is considered to be, generally speaking, a good source for history. Though there are some details that are corrected by the translator, and all the corrections can be read in the notes in the back of the book. Nonetheless, if you just read the story without the corrections or without the opinions of the translator, stories are pretty fascinating. One of the Nemanjić brothers went to the monastery and became a monk while his brothers killed each other. Not very different from... Yeah, it's very interesting. His name is Rastko Nemanjić, and he is a first Serbian scholar teacher. Oh, very interesting. Yeah, and so one thing I've learned, be it in the Crusades or be it later on during the Byzantine era, the Europeans were always killing each other, be it Greek versus Italian, Greek versus Greek, Frank versus Greek. And here's the thing, the Turks, the so-called Ottomans, so-called Turkish Ottomans, they were also European. Islam is a part of Europe. I hate to say it, but it's the truth. When you consider the fact that the Albanians have been Muslim for centuries, the Bosnians have been Muslim for centuries, when you consider the fact that what is known as Turkey today had not been called Turkey until the end of World War I, and when you consider the fact that what we call Turkey today was called Anatolia until the end of World War I, when you consider all of these things, you realize Islam is actually a part of Europe. Chechnya, Dagestan, it's all part of Europe, and it's Islamic. They are white Muslims, and white Muslims have been around for centuries. So Islamic history is a part of European history. It's just a fact. Oh, you're into like woke. No, it's not nothing woke. It's just a fact. Just like Christianity is a part of European history. Although Christianity has played a much bigger role in Europe than Islam has. But still, you can't forget the fact that Bosnia, European country, is Muslim. Turkey, Muslim country, is also part of Europe. And if you look at the genetic makeup of people in Turkey, they're mostly Europeans. They're mostly European. Turk. The real Turks are in Central Asia, not in Anatolia. Real Turks are in Central Asia. They're not in Turkey. Turkey was not called Turkey until the end of World War I. Before that, it was called Anatolia. And Anatolia was what was used to label basically the Asiatic Greek lands. Asiatic Greece being in the land that we call Turkey today. Troy, the Trojan War, Troy was a part of that Asiatic land. It was a part of Anatolia. And the Trojans were not really what we would consider Asians. The Trojans were an Indo-European people. They weren't even Greek. They were Indo-Europeans. They were related to the Hittites. The Hittites were another Indo-European people who lived in Anatolia. The Lydians were another Anatolian people who were also Indo-European. There were the Phrygians, another Indo-European people who lived in Anatolia. These are all ancient Europeans. Their descendants are alive today in Anatolia, in Turkey, and they call themselves Turks, but they're really white Europeans. Turkey is a part of Europe. So when we talk about Europeans killing each other, we would also have to include Western Europeans or Greeks, who are also Europeans, fighting against Anatolians, Anatolian Muslims, Indo-European Muslims. That's what the Turks are. So when we say, oh, the Turks sacked Constantinople, what we're really saying is Anatolians, Indo-European Muslims, sacked Constantinople. An Indo-European Islamic empire called the Ottoman Empire sacked Constantinople, took over Constantinople. So Europeans have always been killing each other. And eventually, Turkey is going to fight against the Russians. And that's also going to be Europeans killing each other. And if you look at, so my whole point, the whole point of me bringing this stuff up is when you look at history and you see that the Europeans were always killing each other, then we can say in the future, Europeans are going to kill each other. And they're killing each other right now, by the way. Ukrainians versus Russians. And here's the thing is people will say, oh no, Europeans aren't going to go to war because Europeans aren't having kids. Excuse me, what the hell do you call Ukraine and Russia? Those are white people killing each other. Europeans killing each other. Serbia versus Bosnia in 1990s. Serbia versus Croatia in the 1990s. Serbia versus Albanians in the 1990s. Those were Europeans killing each other in the 1990s. Europeans will always find ways to go to war with each other. It's a part of their history. Just like all the other wars that happen in human history. And the whole point of me bringing this up is to tell you that in the future, there's going to be a greater European war. And people will say, well, Europe doesn't have enough kids and blah, blah, how's that going to happen? Excuse me, Russia also has a population crisis. Russians also don't have a lot of kids. And they're at war right now. A country not having a lot of kids is not going to stop that country from going to war. So because Europeans have always fought each other, even when they were fighting against the Muslims, we can say that in the future, there's going to be a greater European conflict. Kind of like what happened in World War I and World War II. Let me see if I can find some interesting stories here. So here is a story of the Greeks and the Italians fighting each other over Greek territory. The city of Patras. The Italians and the Greeks were fighting over this city called Patras. And it says here that the Italian rulers of the Peloponnese. So the Italians once controlled the Peloponnese. Peloponnese is where the Spartans were. You ever read about the Peloponnesian Wars and all that? The Italian rulers of the Peloponnese from the house of Zaccaria. So there was this very powerful Italian family called the Zaccaria family, and they controlled the Peloponnese. So from the house of Zaccaria had passed through the city of Achaia, and one stayed behind as lord and ruler of the land, while the other visited the pontiff of the Romans, who entrusted the city to him to supervise as its bishop. Who entrusted the city to him to supervise as its bishop. Okay, so the city had passed to the pontiff of the Romans and received from him its own bishop, whomever he sent to them to supervise the city. At that time, he had sent as bishop to the citizens a member of the Malatesta family. When Constantinos took over the city, he continued to besiege the Acropolis for 1 year. After that, it surrendered to him. But the Triremes were giant warships, battleships, of the pontiff took the capital of Elis. So the pontiff gets involved to take Greek territory. The Pope got involved to take Greek territory. So it wasn't just the Muslims and the Christians killing each other. It was the Christians killing the Christians as well. For when he learned that the city of Achaia, Patras, had been taken by Greeks, he sent 10 of them in the hope that they would take the city back. So the Italians were controlling the Peloponnese, and the Greeks took it back, and then the Pope found out, oh my God, the Greeks took it. We can't let them damn Greek Orthodox people take Roman Catholic territory. Well, it was Greece, and Greece was initially Greek Catholic, so of course the Greeks are going to try to take it back. But we can't have that happen, because it has to be Roman Catholic. But they did not go to Achaia, for when they reached Glanetza, the ruler was absent and there was no garrison in the city. So you fast forward and it says, later they sold it to the brother of the king, Thomas. Thomas was a Greek. For 5,000 gold coins, sounds like Total War Medieval 2, and sailed back to Italy. So the Italians sold it back to the Greeks. Said, oh, you take it. Here, give us some money. The city had previously experienced other vicissitudes of fortune as well, for Oliverio had set out from Italy when the city was being held by the ruler of Achaia, and he attacked it suddenly, took it. So the Italians come, and they take Patras or Achaia back. So the Italians, they attack the city, take the city, and then they enslave the city, it says. He took the ruler's daughter as his wife. So the Italians say, okay, this land belongs to us. They take over Patras, and then they take the daughter of the ruler. The guy takes the daughter of the ruler as his wife. He says, okay, your daughter's going to marry me. And it wasn't like, oh, no, does she consent? Oh, no, they didn't care about that stuff. When it was taken by the pontiff's Triarmis, he bought it and took it back again. Okay, yeah, so the Italian, he takes the city, he conquers the city, enslaves it, takes the daughter of the ruler as his wife, then he sold it back to this guy named Carlo I, who I think was also Italian, and then he departed back to Italy. Thus the Greeks were at war with the Italian ruler of Achaia. His name was Centurione for a long time. Then eventually the Greeks defeated the Italians, and it says, thus the Peloponnese passed from the hands of the Italians into those of the Greeks, and this was the situation for the Greeks, who had now subjected the Peloponnese to themselves. And then the next line is, Murad, the son of Mehmed, now marched against the land of the Serbs. So here you're reading about how the Turks invaded Serbia, but then before that you're reading about how the Greeks and the Italians were killing each other. My whole point is that there was never a time during the Christian-Islamic wars when the Europeans were not killing each other. So people think, oh, in the future it's going to be Christendom versus Islamdom. No, it's not. It's going to be Christians fighting Muslims, but also Europeans fighting each other. Just like in World War I, where you had the Ottomans fighting the English, but you also had the Germans allying with the Ottomans against the English, or the British, I should say. So, if history is a teacher, it teaches us that in the future, the Europeans will kill one another. And that's it. Those are my thoughts on that. I'm going to read your guys' comments now. Creating enemies in order to unite. Sounds familiar, yeah. Some people are built differently. Everybody talks about the sack of Kaliningrad like nothing ever happened in Zadar. Can you listen to The Man Who Stole the World live in loud Nirvana? Okay, hold on. I still got to play a video game. So is the book... Okay, I already read that. I think they were mostly Asiatic, related to Mongols. The original Turks are related to the Mongolians. And their blood is still lurking about in some of the veins of the people in Anatolia. But you can say that about Hungarians. I mean, the Hungarians were invaded by the Huns, and that's why they speak Hunnic. The Hungarian language is Hunnic. It's an Asiatic language, just like people in Anatolia today speak Turkish. But genetically speaking, blood-wise, the people in Turkey today are mainly European. Have very little Eastern... Yeah, that's correct. They have very little Eastern Asian or Central Asian DNA. What about Seljuks? Were they Arabs or European? Seljuks were Central Asian. They were basically Turkmens. They were Uzbeks, Kazakhs. But again, the people in Turkey today, their ancestry, for the most part, didn't come from Central Asia. Though their ancestry was in Anatolia as Indo-Europeans thousands of years ago. And somebody is speaking in Serbian Croat, so I can't understand what you're saying. The black clothes, I think, is because those game devs want to be Steve Jobs. It's just something with game culture where they just love the color black. I mean, I don't know what it is. That totally sucks, Ted. Welcome to the club of the disabled. We have a support group and we meet at the bar. Yeah. It's crazy to think Rome lasted 2,000. That is insane. Yeah, absolutely insane. Much like the EU and Germany especially helped Russia by making themselves reliant on their gas. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, Russia is supposed to be the big enemy, but here you have Germany making a deal with the Russians to build the Nord Stream 2 pipeline so they can get direct natural gas from the Russians. Oh, and Iran is supposed to be the big enemy, but you have the Germans wanting to make commercial deals with them to the ire of the Americans. So yes, absolutely. This fact of human existence can be applied to the Western European Russian conflict. Absolutely. Or the NATO-Russian conflict, however you want to call it. Is this dude still... I'm still very Christian. Yes, still very Christian. But reading the history of so-called Christendom, you realize that it's not all black and white. Part of Christianity is facing the truth. I know. And I'm not saying you're not facing the truth. I'm just saying that generally speaking. And now you guys are speaking some Croatian language. I'm gonna get some beer, guys. I'm hella thirsty. In fact, guys, I'm actually gonna get a glass of water before I get a beer because I know the beer is gonna be a little bit too. It's gonna be a little bit too thick for my mouth, so I need some pure water. So I'm gonna turn my mic off, and then I'm gonna turn my mic off, and then I'm gonna get a glass of water, come back, pour a beer, and then I'm gonna play some Total War. If you guys want to watch. And we'll play a little bit, not too long. We'll play a little bit. And then we will get to musical recommendations. And that's how we're going to enjoy our Friday night. All right? All right. Nice tree in the background. Thank you. Yeah, I love this tree. By the way, the tree is not a real tree. Just letting you guys know it's a plastic tree. But because what happened was last year, I got a miniature Christmas tree. It was a rosemary bush, but it was designed to look like a Christmas tree. And it died. And I really kind of feel bad about getting a tree that dies. So I would much prefer, I got myself a plastic tree. It looks real enough. Gives me the Christmas spirit feel. And I don't have to worry about it dying. and I can just put it back in the attic, and then when the next Christmas comes, God willing, I just set it right back up. Or I can just leave it here all year. If anyone has any prayer requests, let me know. Okay, thank you very much. So, I got myself a glass of water. I'm going to be drinking this. Doing all this talking, my mouth is just, dry. Let's see what we got for music. I love this song. I mean, it's just a perfect piece of music. Can you hear this? Which song? You want the name of this song? Let me put the link. Hold on. It's a Baroque song written by a female Baroque composer named Francesca Caccini. This is from the, I want to say, 18th century. Let me give you guys the link here. Francesca Caccini, her Ciaconna, which is a masterpiece of Italian classical music. Here we go. If you want to look up the composer, there we go, right there. So I got myself some cashews because I'm kind of hungry. This is a sea salt roasted cashews from Target. Any chemicals in this stuff? No, thank God. No chemicals. No chemicals, thank God. It's real food. There's almost nothing in this country that you can buy without freaking eating chemicals. All right. Let's get some beer, guys. Trying to think of some music that I could play to beer. What could I play to beer? I'm trying to think of some good music. I think I'm gonna play this. There's something better than this. Hold on. See if I can get this here. No. No, no, no. Let me see. Trying to get a certain type of music. Ooh, that's good. I love that haunting sound that medieval music has. It really captures how creepy those times were. Serbian music. Greetings from Serbia. Zdravo, zdravo. Thank you. Any good beer music out there? Creepy. It's a very haunting sound, this music. Something very haunting about it. But the medieval era was a creepy era. It wasn't just all nice Catholicism, guys. There was a lot of insidiousness that was happening. Like, let's go sack Constantinople. I don't know why I don't have this music in my favorites. It drives me insane. Oh, 27 people watching, not bad. No. This is for Barnes and Noble. This isn't for no. Go away. Ah, I love this. Now this is a good song. Have you ever listened to... Hold on. Have you ever listened to music from the ancient Greece? I've listened to Greek music, which probably had some remnants left from ancient times, but I don't really... I've heard of people making renditions of ancient Greek, but I'm not really sure how accurate it is. Yeah, I agree. This music isn't good for hours straight. What's your dad up to? He's working on a book, actually. Thank you, brother. Hello, greetings. Hello, zdravo. I think I'm gonna play something for, something very elegant about this music. I need to save it. Songs for live stream music. Here we go. This music, her voice is just so elegant and lovely. I love it so much. And the delicacy of the piano is just so good. So good. Are you that one? What are you talking about? Computer girl? I don't know what you're talking about. This kind of music is good, okay. Alright, I think I'm gonna... switch to different kind of music. I think I'm gonna go for Baldur. This song is called Baldur. It's so good. It's made by some neo-pagan people, but damn does it good, dude. It sounds so good. I think I'm gonna drink a beer now. Here we go. Here we go.
Михалев.
Good night, Vehicle. Zdravo, zdravo. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Before we get to music, I have to show you guys this game. Hold on. I gotta show you this guy's game. I gotta show you guys this game. Yeah, the stream will be public. Don't worry about it. Guys, I'm showing you guys the game. Okay, hold on. I'm showing you guys this game. Hold on. I gotta show you guys this game. This is Medieval Total War. Dude, look at the design. Dude, look at the design of this game. Doesn't this layout just scream early 2000s? I mean, just look at it. It looks so cheap. It looks so corny, but it looks so good. I'm gonna play this game. Wait, can you guys hear this, by the way? Okay, I think you can hear it. Dude, it has Gregorian chant. Hold on. I want to be able to read my chat. Can you guys hear that? Can you hear that beautiful music? Dude, it looks so beautiful. It sounds so beautiful. There's something about these old games. It has an aesthetic to it. It's so awesome. I'm gonna show you guys this game. Dude, listen to this. Doesn't that music just rock? Oh my god, that's good music. Dude, this game is so awesome. I just want to make sure I got this thing looking good. So guys, this is my empire. I want to show you guys my empire here. This is my empire. So I picked the Kingdom of Venice, or the Republic of Venice. The freaking I didn't know what I was doing, okay? So here's Greece, Turkey, Rose, Heraklion. Okay, initially my kingdom was up here. Up here. Let me zoom in here. So this was my little kingdom here, where the mouse cursor is. Hold on a second. I recommend Edward Elgar. Have you ever listened to his cello? No, I have not. I'll look him up. The type of game that was played on a floppy disk. Absolutely. I played Venice, and I lost Venice. Freaking Milan stole all my stuff. So I was invaded by Milan. Got my ass kicked. Lost my capital. So I moved down south. Down here. So I got reduced to an island. I got Rhodes. I took Rhodes from the Greeks. The Greeks were assholes. And I got this little island. So I got a big ass budget here. So I got in this island. Got a stone wall. I got a road. Market. I got a farm. Council chambers to make decisions. Church. Church is very important. Gunsmith to make cannons. Merchant's Wharf for merchandise sales. Got a brothel. Brothel is very important because that's what attracts all the corrupt people. And then you can get information from them. And then I got Theologians Guild, which is like a monastery. Town Guard. That's to recruit soldiers. And then got a port, and that increases my trade, which grows my economy. And my other little island here, Rhodes, I got a farm, got a wall, got roads, got a port for a better trade to expand my economy, got a market to make more money for my economy, small church. I have a factory to make ballistas, which are basically just giant crossbows. Town hall. And I got a town watch. I don't know if you guys can see all this. Oh shit, you can't see all of it. Okay, hold on. Let me make this thing a little bit smaller. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So there you go. So I got a farm, got a wall, roads, port, church. So this is how you expand your empire. You in each one of your territories, you have to like build stuff. So let's see here. In Rhodes, I'm currently building a crop rotation system. So I'm expanding my farm so I can get more agriculture. I'm also going to build a town guard so I can get more soldiers. And then in Heraklion, I'm currently building an irrigation system to expand my agriculture. And the reason why I'm doing this is because I can make more money. With more money, I can make a bigger military. I should play it on Steam. Yeah, the problem is I bought it on the Apple Store. Lost to my uncle. Yeah, Milan. Yeah, Milanovic. So what you do is after you do a bunch of stuff, after you start building stuff, you hit this little button here. And then this is called a turn. So you end the turn. And what that does is it sends you to the next progression of the game. So it basically shows you the results of your labor. Okay, so let's hit it. This is what happens. So the Mongolians are doing their shenanigans. So then after each turn, you get a series of messages. So here it says, okay, diplomatic information. The Mongolians have made a truce with the French. The Russians have made a truce with the Holy Roman Empire. And then the following factions have been excommunicated. England just got excommunicated. I guess because they're turning to Protestantism or whatever. My crop rotation, my farm has been expanded. Your masons and architects have completed a truly striking structure that is sure to serve this place well for countless... Dude, I just love these games. There's something so elegant but yet innocent about these games. It's like, oh, you're building a farm. You have to build your economy. And, oh, here's a nice farm that you built, guys. And have this elegant music in the background. And you have to read in the game. And there's something so rustic and simple about these games, guys. Yeah, I got a brothel, yep. I got that Tate grind set, that's right. I would love to play the Civilization games. Can you play against other people? Yeah, you can play online. But I'm playing offline right now. Dude, I can't play online. I would get my ass kicked against some 12-year-old in Romania somewhere. In all these games, you always have some 12-year-old, 11-year-old in Eastern Europe somewhere who's a genius. Some 12-year-old Romanian genius would kick my ass in this game. So here I'm being notified that I have a new faction heir. So I got this guy, some Italian dude. So here, let me just show you guys something. Poland is now the richest faction, according to the game, right now. So Poland has all the money, right? And then this is your financial and military statement. So, according to my treasurer, I made. So I made 6,390 florins. I spent over 7,000. So I'm spending more than I'm making, which is not good. This is Medieval 2 Total War. So I'm actually losing money right now. But this is how much money I have. So according to this financial overview here, I'm making, let's see, 959 florins in trade, 776 florins in farming. I got 2,500 florins in my treasury. But I'm spending 1,000 florins for maintaining my military, spending close to 3,000 florins to recruit soldiers, 1,200 on construction. So you have to look at all these things. And then once you start spending more than you're making, that's when you start losing money. And then once you start losing money, you're kind of stuck because you're continuously paying all these soldiers. You're not making any money, so now you have to expand your economy. You can do that by sending your merchants out, making trade deals, and then also by sometimes you have to just disband certain military units so that you can cut costs. The problem with doing that is that if you disband too many military units, you will get conquered. The Sicilians are going to come. They're going to slaughter your people. The Greeks are going to come and slaughter your people. So far, the Greeks are the biggest, no offense to Greek people, but in this video game, the Greeks are the biggest covenant breakers ever. The Greeks and any Italian nation that you make a deal with, rest assured they're going to break the treaty. I made a treaty with the English. They also broke a treaty with me, but I quickly negotiated with the English, and they were like, okay, we're cool. And that was it. The Greeks never want to make an alliance with you. The Greeks never want to make an alliance with you. They just want to have ceasefires with you. And then they always break the ceasefire. I'm like super nice with the Greeks. They always break a ceasefire. Every time I have a ceasefire agreement with the Greeks, they break it. And then what happens, I got so sick of them. I just invaded a Greek city, And then I just exterminated all the people in the city. I said, I've had enough of you people. Then the Sicilians. Oh my god. The worst. The Milanese. Also terrible people. They're all covenant breakers. You can even try playing it sneaky and pick off a weak empire. Yeah, absolutely. I did this with the Sicilians recently. So this is my army. You want to see my army? Check this out. This is my army right here. So I have some commanders. I got a lot of knights. I have a ballista, Carroccio standard. Pretty soon I'm gonna have a cannon. I think I have a cannon in Rhodes. Actually, hold on a second. Do I have a cannon? No, I do not. So I can actually build a cannon. So check this one out. This is freaking crazy. So right now I'm constructing my irrigation system. But I can actually, if I go to recruitment here, I have a little cannon icon. I'm gonna build a cannon. I have the money for it. So let's build a cannon. We got diplomats here. We can make more diplomat. I can expand my navy. So let's... Oh, Mountain Blade. Okay. So let's expand the navy here. And for Rhodes, let's expand the military here. Let's recruit a diplomat. And let's create another militia unit. And let's do a turn here. Yeah, you can build forts, that's right. So the Holy Roman Empire, they're taking Antioch right now. Russia is not doing anything. And then, so let's see what we got here. So faction excommunicated. The King of Hungary just got excommunicated. So Viktor Orban just got excommunicated. Here's my recruitment report. I got myself a new diplomat, some new weapons. I got a cannon. I can play this game for hours, guys. Richest faction. Our faction, Milan, is now the wealthiest faction. We're making money, guys. Tons of it. I'm actually losing money right now. So I need to expand my economy. How am I going to do this? Well, I have here a merchant.
Ready to trade.
And I can send this merchant off to different lands. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to invade Cyprus. What do you guys think? Should I invade Cyprus? I think I'm going to invade Cyprus. What should I do? Should I invade Cyprus? I might lose my whole army live on stream. I have a cannon. I'm pretty certain. So here's what I'm going to do. Turkey would. I am going to send my spy.
Where to, sire?
I'm going to put him in this little boat here. So the spy is now on the ship. I'm going to send the ship off to Cyprus.
Yes, my
First, we're going to land in Rhodes because I can't send him in one button to Cyprus. I'm going to have to wait. So he's staying in Rhodes right now. He's going to sleep. He's going to stay the night. Let's see what I can build to expand my economy. Irrigation system is still being worked on. Let's see what else we got. We can build a hotel. So what would be the purpose of building a hotel? You can recruit spies and assassins in the hotel. That's important. We can build a monastery. That'll help social order. The Padulo Empire. We can do a city watch that'll help recruit more soldiers. We can do a ship factory. We can build more ships. We can build more roads. Let's see here. We can build a road system. What's a fairground? We got a fairground here. Increase in tradable goods. Fairs are the lifeblood of local trade. Farmers drive their animals into town. Traveling peddlers. Okay, so this is going to expand our economy. So let's build the fairground. That's going to cost us 2,136 florins. This is the first Total War game I've played, Edwin. And I am just hooked. For the shipwright. Let me see. So that's also going to increase our economy. So let's build the shipwright also. So let's start working. Dude, I can play this game for hours and never get bored. I don't know why, but this game is a masterpiece. I love this game. The Mongolians, they're doing their shenanigans in Syria. What's going on? All right. So my irrigation system is still being built. You can see it here. The fact that half of this square is green shows that it's halfway built. And then they're going to build the fairground. Then they're going to build the shipwright. Got a message here about the Pope. So cardinal report. A new cardinal has been promoted in Poland. And then a cardinal in France has died, unfortunately. Milan just got excommunicated because they're assholes. And then, here's my financial report. We're making more money. So that's, here I have my spy.
Yes, my lord.
My spy is in this little boat here. Hold on. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Here's my spy.
Boarding your ship.
Put it back on the boat, and we're gonna send him off to. We're gonna send him off to
Full
here.
sail.
The ship cannot make it all the way.
Dropping anchor until morning.
What else? So that's doing their return now. See what's going on. Crusade is still going on in Antioch. I cannot participate in the crusade because I'm focusing on my own economy. Mongolians got their navy. So my army is pretty strong. I have 2 commanders. I have multiple units of knights with chainmail armor, ballista, got siege weapons, a cannon. I mean, 16 cannons. A bunch of infantrymen. I mean, we're pretty well grounded. My town guard just got built in Rhodes. So in Rhodes, I can now, with my town guard, I can recruit and train more soldiers. So let's get some spearmen. We need spearmen. And then let's get some more militia guys going. Get our army big enough. Financial report, we're making a lot of good money here. We made over 1,000, close to 2,000 florins. Let's see. So I got my spy over here. My spy is going to go into Cyprus, and he's going to tell me how many soldiers does the enemy have.
Ashore.
Is RuneScape good? I mean, is it fun? Mongolians they're doing their shenanigans. My tax rate is very high. I tax the hell out of my people. But, oh, that's another thing. Let me show you here. When you control click, you can change the tax rate of your colony. So because this is my main colony, I made the tax rate super high because we need to build an empire. But my social order is pretty good because I actually, like, I'm not Seattle, okay? I actually use the tax dollars. We build churches, farms. I mean, we really make it happen. So here's my spy.
Where to, sire?
He's finally made it to Cyprus.
Sire.
And then I'm going to send him off to this building.
Moving in unseen.
So my spy has now given me the report. Cyprus only has 2 commanders. The first commander only has 27 soldiers, and the second one has 18 soldiers, which means that we can take this island pretty easily. Because I got a way bigger army than this guy. So
Your orders?
we're going to take Cyprus. This should be pretty easy. Pretty simple. You can't lower the tax rate to 94%. So we're going to take this island. It should be pretty easy.
Yes, my lord.
Let's put this boat here.
Yes, my lord.
That's
Yes.
so this is how we recruit soldiers for an invasion. We have 1 commander. We got knights over
Yes.
here. So let's get a bunch of knights.
Majesty. Yes,
Let's get a ton of
your
knights.
majesty.
Let's get a ton of
Yes.
infantry.
Orders.
Let's get a cannon.
Your majesty.
And let's get one of these
Yes.
things. Let's put them all on the boat. We're now going to send them off to Cyprus. So we got to
Plotting course
travel.
now, my lord.
The boat's now going to travel. Mountain Blade would suit you. Warband is pseudo-medieval Europe, Middle East, etc.
Yes.
Because I put a bunch of soldiers in this boat, I want to make sure I got enough guys in this. So let's start. Let's get some more infantry guys. And let's get some more guys over here. The problem is that when you get a bunch of soldiers out of an island, if there aren't enough remaining soldiers, you will get invaded. That's how this game works. The AI is pretty brutal. Let's get some, and there are spearmen over here. And that's doing their return. We're about to invade Cyprus. You'll see. So somebody has proposed marriage to my daughter. They say Rambaldo Nicoli is a suitable prince for my daughter Bianca Rico, or one of the daughters of my governor. The man would appear to be an eligible suitor for you, unspoken for princess. Sorry, let me read this again. This man would appear to be an eligible suitor for your unspoken for princess. Seeing his merits now, and bearing in mind, this would mean that the princess will cease to play an active role in representing our people any further. Will you grant him her hand in marriage and a place in our ruling family to go along with it? So this guy, his name is Rambaldo Nicoli. He's a commander. He's pretty low in chivalry, very high in loyalty, which is good. Somewhat high in piety. His personality traits are confident attacker, confident defender, brave, night fighter, social drinker, smart, promising commander, loyal, fair fighter, and he's also religious. 31 years old. I would say he's a pretty good suitor for my daughter. So I'm going to marry him to her. I'm going to marry her off. So bam. We just had a marriage. And that's it. Marriage celebrations. Russia has now declared war on the Holy Roman Empire. Got my recruitment thing going on. My irrigation system has now been completed, so your masons and architects have completed a truly striking structure that is sure to serve this place well for countless generations to come. Irrigation represents the final frontier in terms of actively improving farming districts. Water is diverted to crops via a system of man-made channels dug into the earth so as to dramatically improve soil fertility. Although irrigating the land is a grand and arduous task and maintaining proper irrigation is an ongoing job, the benefits from the resulting surplus of food produced makes the endeavor well worth it. So we're going to expand our agricultural sector. We're losing money right now because we're spending a lot on infrastructure. But hopefully that's for the best. My little boat full of soldiers is here, but my other... Hold on. I want to know, is my spy still here? Where is my spy? My spy is still in Cyprus. I hope he's okay. So we got our band of soldiers here. How's my architecture going? So my fairground is being built. Should probably start sending merchants off to make more money for my empire. But we're about to take Cyprus, so we're going to expand our economy here. We have a Mongolian naval ship. I'm not going to mess with the Mongolians. If there's one group of people I do not want to mess with in this game, it's the Mongolians. I don't want to mess with those people.
Yes, my lord.
So let's go for another turn. Sounds like you. I'm not sure. I'm not a commander of a military. So Hungary is hanging out in Syria. They're trying to take Antioch from the Syrians. And we're back. So there's another guy who wants to marry one of my women. His name is Gregorio Sardini. He is high in the chain of command. 0 chivalry, which means that he'll slaughter your people if you lose to him. Loyalty is very high, and he's not very religious, and he's only 16 years old. Proven commander, talent for command, generally loyal. Okay. I think we're going to let him marry one of our women. He wants to marry Elisabetta Rica. Okay, let's do it. Let's have a marriage now. So we got the marriage celebrations. Hostilities have been ceased between the Mongolians and the French. The mission, yeah, I'm not going to do any missions right now because I'm focusing. I'm losing money. That's the problem. Let's invade. Let's invade these assholes. We're going to invade these Greeks.
Course now, my lord.
No, I married him. That's it. The marriage has happened. The Russians are on the island. What are they doing here? Mongolians are still messing around. Here's another guy who wants to marry one of my ladies. Romasso Zaretti wants to marry Florentina Rico. He has 0 position in the chain of command. He is somewhat high in chivalry. He's okay in chivalry. Very loyal. Very high in piety. I'm going to give him a chance. New mission. They want me to blockade a port somewhere. For at least 1 turn. Where do they want me to go? Palermo. I'm gonna have to send a ship over there, though. That's kind of difficult.
Your orders?
Let's try. Let's see if we can block this port in Palermo. That's gonna be very difficult, though. Let's see if we can do it.
This is as far as we go today, my lord.
And let's see if we can. Let's see if we can hit Cyprus.
Yes, my lord.
Wait.
Your orders?
Let's see if we can hit these bastards.
Moving ashore, my lord.
Okay, we got our army ready to go. Why can't I invade these people? I don't get it. They're at war. Okay, let's hit these Byzantine faction. At war. Okay, let's hit these bastards.
Should we spare any of them? Continuing tomorrow.
I think maybe we should send some reinforcements over.
Yes, my lord.
I'm Andrew Tate. I'm doing that take. I got my ladies, man. I've actually never rejected anybody. Every guy that's come over that says I want to marry one of your ladies, I say here you go. I lost the war. Why would I? How did I lose the war? I need high taxes to get my money. Theo, withdraw from Cyprus. Why? Why? Why should I withdraw from Cyprus? I'm gonna hit these
Name thy
bastards.
enemy, Lord. We march on our
Oh my
victims.
god. Oh my god, I thought it would be easy. No, I can't do that. I gotta withdraw. Okay, I'm withdrawing, guys. I gotta go.
Let me strike, my lord.
How the... I thought we would have... The French are in Antioch. Oh my god. I'm never gonna be able to defeat these bastards. I need to take them. Poland is hanging out in Greece. Okay. The Mongolians, they're fighting over the for Antioch. Okay, got it. Thank you. Don't care. Don't care. We gotta get out of here. We have to get out of Cyprus.
Command me.
There's no way we're gonna win this. Get back on the boat. We gotta get out of here. What a disaster. My fairground has been completed. I gotta just build my army up. Crusade has come to an end in Antioch. Awesome. I'm making some good money. Okay, we gotta get out of here, guys. Like, this is just a disaster. I think I'm just gonna send merchants over. I don't know. I need to. The pain in the ass, like, merchants don't really do much. I don't know. I think maybe I should just focus on buying merchants. Let's get some more merchants. Let's get a diplomat, and let's get some... Do I have a priest? I might need a priest. I don't have any priests. I have 2 diplomats and a merchant. Let's get a priest over as well. So let's get a priest over here, and then let's get I need to get a merchant. Let's get a merchant. Okay. Send your army to a Greek city. Maybe it's a weak one. What happened to my spy? I mean, I had a spy. Cardinal has been promoted in Milan, and a cardinal just died. Okay. Diplomatic effort. Mongolians have made a truce with the French, and the Mongols have made a truce with the Holy Roman Empire. And then I got myself a new diplomat and a new priest, which is good. That's good for public order. But we spent a lot of money on doing all that, so there's that. Luckily, I have a pretty big treasury. Okay. Let's get our men out of here.
Yes. Your orders? Yes, my lord. Your orders? Combining the fleets.
All right, let's get out of here.
Yes, my lord. Dropping anchor.
Oh yeah, I
until
need to get some assassins and just send them out. There's a Mongolian city here. We got we got this city here, Byzantine city. I gotta take some territory though. I need to cut some fat out. Maybe take Antioch. Maybe, you know what? Maybe just... How about this city here? See, this one... Oh my gosh, they got so many freaking guys. I need to find a way to make money off of my merchants. I need to find, like, products.
Yes. Your orders? Yes.
Who's Christian? Okay, so now we just did a blockade on the Sicilians. We're gonna hit their economy up. Screw those guys. Those Sicilians are assholes. They always break every covenant they make, these people. A bride has been presented, Counselor Paladin. A bride has been presented to Counselor Paladin. Her name is Bianca Richelmi. A young woman of fitting breeding and station has been discovered as a potential partner for this man. Would you like for the wedding arrangements to be organized now? Yeah, let's do this. Let's marry this guy. Marry this guy off. New mission. Cease hostilities with who? The Sicilians? Stop shedding Christian blood. A new cardinal has been promoted in Milan, and a cardinal just died. There's been a marriage. We have blockaded the Sicilian port. That's very good. City ready to upgrade. And the crusade in Antioch has failed. We made about 175 florins in profit. That's not too bad. We can do something with that. Stop the fighting in Sicily? I mean, I don't know. Alright, we got the Venetian Navy here. I'm not gonna mess with no Mongolians, man. Hell, fuck that. I ain't gonna mess with no Mongolians. Let's get them. Let's get our guys. Let's get our boys out of here. We can upgrade. So let's see here. As far as the upgrade goes, my shipwright is almost done. We can build an inn, a leather tan. Now, how do the roads help us? The roads help improve trade. That's important. So let's do the trade. And about the inn, where's the inn here? Here's the inn. The inn helps with public order, but we can also recruit spies and assassins. Let's first build the road and the shipyard. We got diplomats. I got a priest here. We already have a priest. Let's do Italian militia. Or let's do more spear militias to get those guys going. And then let's see, for this, let's do priest. No, let's do more Italian spearmen. Let's do a spearman and more cannons.
Yes, my lord. This is as far as we go today, my lord.
I'm thinking I should send a boat, send a merchant up here. Or, let me think, hold on. There's got to be something that we can do over here. Play as Spain. I'm playing Venice right now. What do I want to play as Spain for? Whatever happened to my spy? I had a spy in here. Oh, that's my spy. I need to get him out of here. Oh my god, he's gonna die.
Investigating.
Let's get my boy out of there.
Yes.
How do I split the boat up?
Yes, my lord. Leaving the rest of the fleet, my lord. Plotting course now, my lord. Your orders?
So the army guys are here. Alright, let's do a turn.
Yes.
Let's see what Mongolians are still hanging out in Syria. Got my blockade on Sicily. Blockade the port in Nicosia. Oh, I can definitely do that. So let's hit Nicosia. Let's weaken these bastards. Let's get these guys back home. They really need to get back home.
Off the boat at once!
And let's get them back inside the city.
Command me. Yes, marching.
Let's get all of them in.
Your Majesty.
I can't put them all in, or what?
Splitting our forces.
Pretty certain I can get all these guys.
Who do I face? Men.
No,
We
there's no Turks, but they sure as hell are Greeks.
Your orders?
Let's get our boy back home.
Yes, my lord. This
And
is
then
as
let's
far as
get
we
our
go.
other boat
Yes.
and hit the
Dropping anchor
let's
until
hit the
morning.
port. And it's doing the return here. Mongolians are hanging out on my island. I hope they have good intentions. Diplomatic information. Man, I spent over 2,000 florins. We're spending way too much money. What the hell is going on? Let's
Yes,
get our
ma'am.
boys back in. Let's get our boys
Yes.
back in here.
Plotting course now, my lord.
All right, get this guy
Yes,
back
my
in the get this guy back on a boat. I don't want this guy even near here.
Yes, my lord.
All right, let's get this
Your
dude.
orders?
Have him blockade.
We control access to this port now, my lord.
All right, let's blockade these
Yes.
people. Let's get our boat back
Full
in.
sails. We shall continue tomorrow.
Your relations have worsened with the Byzantines. Yeah, no crap, man. They were killing my people all the time. How's my building going? My building progress. How's that going? So currently they're building up my roads, which is good. I think I have an inn now. Merchant's Wharf, Gunsmith. Oh, I should get an inn also when I'm done. So this road is almost done. So let's start building my inn. And let's hit it with our return. So the Greeks are pissed that I'm blocking their port. Family tragedy, retinue. We have an expansion of retinue. Let's, yeah, economics is very important. Yeah, I don't want to really spend anything right now. I don't really need to.
Name thy enemy, lord. Yes, marching.
I don't know why. I thought I could. I had unlimited space here. Got my boy on. I got my spy.
Yes,
We're gonna send him back to the island.
Plotting course now, my lord. Your orders?
Sire.
This is a course we cannot plot.
All right, we got him back on the island. I got a merchant here. I don't
Ready
really
to
know what to
trade.
do with merchants. Like, I have them. You stick them in certain areas to make money, but then they end up always dying for some strange reason. I don't know why. They always end up getting assassinated. So we got a marriage. My roads have been completed. That's good. Expanded. My retinue has expanded. That's good. Diplomat. Blah, blah, blah. I really don't want to spend too much money right now. Blockaded the port. I have been rewarded with 3 units of Italian militia for blocking the Sicilian port. Excellent. My town has been ready to upgrade in roads. Excellent.
Yes. Who do I face? Your orders?
Where to, sire? I simply can
Command me.
All
Yes.
right. We got a lot of different fighters here. A lot of fighters here. We have a big ass army. I think we have enough to take over Nicosia. Play Clash of Empires. Thank you very much, Catherine. I don't know. I'm feeling kind of ballsy right now. I think I'm just gonna... I think I should take Palermo. I think we should just hit Palermo. And just hit him hard. Blockade a new port. I'll probably do that. I think we could probably hit him hard. Let me see here. Hold on. They're not that far away from us. Let's see. Let's send our spy.
Yes, my lord.
Let's send a spy to Palermo.
Yes, my lord. Dropping anchor until morning.
Lower taxes and get more recruit. How can I... If I lower taxes, then I don't make as much money. Do you see what I'm trying to say here? If I lower the taxes, I don't make enough money to pay all my soldiers. I'm growing an empire. I need taxes. That's how it works. This isn't some libertarian bullcrap. Well, we're losing money now. We're really losing money.
Yes.
What's going up here? Hungarian ship. Heretic at war. Let's kill this heretic. Oh, let's kill a heretic. Hold on. My tax rate is very high.
Yes, my lord. Full sails. This is as far as we go today, my lord.
I'm playing Venice right now. Poland is hanging out in Rhodes. What are you guys up to? Leave me alone. I'm not interested. Whatever shenanigans you guys want to do. What percentage? It doesn't tell. It just says very high tax rate. So we're making a lot of money. But I'm losing money. That's the problem. My inn is completed. We are still the richest faction. And I lost over 1,000 florins, which isn't good. So let's land my spy here.
Yes, my lord. Your orders?
sire.
Yeah, if I do a medium tax rate, I'm going to make less money. See, so if I look at my financial statement here, I'm making over 2,000 florins in taxes. Yeah, I have trade deals with multiple different people. City Watch, Ballista Maker, Tavern. Yeah. Let's see what we can do here. Town. Stonewall, Leather Tanner, Church, Brothel. Nothing really interesting here to do. Let's do another return. Mongolians are hanging out in Rhodes. I hope they're friendly. Mongolians so far have never broken any treaties with me. We are... Oh, richest is now Milan. Milan is now beating us in wealth. We're losing money. Big time.
Yes.
So I got my spy here.
Where to, sire?
Let's send him off to the city.
Yes. Back to dry land.
So the Sicilians have a pretty big army.
Investigate.
48, lots of knight units, infantry, a lot of Norman knights. I'm not sure if we'll be able to take this. Let's see. Maybe we actually can.
Your orders?
Let's get a lot of soldiers. Let's get our guys back.
Yes, my lord.
Let's get our guys back. Let's send them. Let's try to invade Sicily. I think we can do it. Let's try to invade Sicily.
Your orders?
I don't know. I'm thinking I should just... Where the hell's my spy? Somebody died. Okay, we're losing some money, but it's not too bad. You know what? I think I'm...
Yes.
Let's try to invade... I don't know. I'm thinking about just invading this place. I think we can do it.
Plotting course now, my lord. Dropping anchor until morning.
I think we can
Your
do
orders?
it. One turn. I think we can do it. Lower the taxes to medium. But how would that help my economy? I want to get more money. The Mongolians have been using my island of Rhodes as a foothold. You're paleo conservative. Okay.
Yes, my lord.
Alright, let's try to get these. Let's try to get this boat over here.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Such freaking
Yes, my
garbage. Oh my gosh, why don't I get this damn... This is the
Yes.
problem with these RPG games. Like, how do I get... Just move.
Yes, my lord. We shall
You're similar
continue
to Ronald
tomorrow,
Reagan.
my lord.
Down. That's awesome. Poland is moving around. Mongolians are doing their shenanigans. Amazingly, the Mongolians have proven themselves more honorable than the... They've proven themselves more honorable than the Greeks. The Greeks are the worst. And the Sicilians. Oh my gosh. Greeks and Sicilians. They're the worst. We're losing money big time. I think it's because we're,
Full sail. Your orders? Name thy enemy, Lord.
I think I'm just gonna stick.
Men, march.
I think I'm just gonna get
Orders.
all my knights. I'm gonna get my
Majesty.
cannons.
Orders.
I'm gonna get this
Yes.
thing, whatever this is. Let's get our
Orders.
knights here. Infantry.
Yes.
Let's get our spearmen over here. Let's get two
Your
commanders.
orders, number one.
Let's put them all on this
Yes.
boat. Let's go to Rhodes. Let's stop by Rhodes.
Yes, my lord.
Let's get some more
This is
soldiers
as
there.
far as we go today, my lord.
Let's recruit some more soldiers here. Let's get an assassin, damn. Let's get an assassin. Let's get some spearmen. If I lower the taxes, people will give me more money. That makes sense, actually. That actually does make sense, yeah. Let's get some more soldiers here. How come I'm not getting any more knights? How do I get more knights? Leather tanner. Stonewall brothel. Let's get a leather tanner. Okay, hold on.
Your orders?
Let's get him over here.
All ashore, now!
Lower the taxes. Okay, I got my assassin ready to go. I think we should assassinate people in the process. I have 2 diplomats, a priest. I got 3 diplomats, actually. Where is my, oh, I got my assassin. Okay. I think we should send an assassin.
The problem. What is the name?
So, hold on.
Who has displeased you? The problem. What is the name? Who has displeased you? Who has displeased you? The
Command me.
Okay, let's get some more soldiers here. Let's get a cannon.
Orders.
Let's get a cannon, and let's get a lot of infantrymen. Let's get spears,
Yes. Orders.
and let's get some militia fighters. Why not?
Orders.
And let's...
Onward. Yes. Your Majesty. Yes.
Let's get these guys in here.
Your Majesty.
And we're gonna
Yes.
take this city. We're taking it. We're not gonna mess around.
Leaving the army, my lord. Binding forces, my lord. Yes. Who do I face? Boarding now, my orders. On to the ships. Yes, my lord.
All right, let's do this. We're gonna hit these bastards.
Yes, my lord. We shall continue tomorrow.
We're gonna hit
my
them with everything we got. So we're actually losing money. Maybe you're right about lowering taxes. 'Cause I got a very high tax system. Let's increase the tax system. Actually, let's charge them more.
Your orders?
I don't know why it takes so
Plotting
long
course
to
now,
get
my
a damn boat.
This is as far as we go today, my lord.
We have rioting going on? Why? Everything's pretty peaceful. I'm like doing everything for these people. Oh, I increased taxes. That's the reason why. So let's lower... You know what? Let's lower taxes down. Let's do it to a normal tax rate. That should keep everybody happy. We should also try maybe building some more stuff. Large stone wall. Let's give them a bar. We're gonna build them a bar. Okay.
Yes. Off the boat at once.
So we got all of our forces. Let's do this, guys. Let's hit.
Command me. My lord, should we spare any of them? Come be here, my lord.
Let's hit these bastards.
No, I cannot go there. Who do I face? We shall send them to hell or
All right,
worse.
we got a pretty.
March.
We're pretty even. Oh, not really. They still got us outnumbered. Let's do it.
They will regret not fleeing first. Kill them all, men.
Let's do this battle. Let's do this. Come on. You guys want to see a show? Let's do this. Hit these freaking... these Greeks. Oh my gosh.
Soldier.
When you have cannon-type units in your army, such as bombards, cannons, or basilisks, remember to keep your own units out of their line of fire, or you will blast them apart.
Alright, so let's put the cannons in the front. So we have one, let's see.
Standard of Venice. Standard of Venice.
So let's put the cannons in the front of the line.
Standard of Venice.
Got a lot of infantry.
Generals holding on.
Use cannons in the... they're gonna hit my guys. Hold on a second. Alright, let's, we got our horsemen here. We got a lot of horse guys here, but... okay.
Generals holding Standard of Venice. Holding on.
I don't know why it doesn't want to move.
Generals holding on. Generals holding on.
So all my infantry guys are in the front.
Generals holding on. Knights.
Let's put all my knights together.
Knights.
Into one single unit.
Generals holding on. Generals holding on. Generals holding on. Units band together. Infantry. Infantry. Infantry.
Oh, I really messed up.
Knights. Infantry. Knights. March. Spearmen. Forward. Spearmen.
This is going to be a very difficult battle. I don't know. I'm kind of messing up here.
Advance.
I really don't know what I'm doing, to be honest with you.
Generals holding guard. Standard Albernis.
What the hell is this guy doing here?
March. Move out. Move out. Advance.
Yeah, that's what I want right there. I want that structure.
Move out.
Square triangle.
March.
Square triangle. The most difficult part, yeah, is doing these battles and then having to do the strategy. I really don't know what I'm doing, guys. I'm probably going to lose this one. I hope I don't lose, but I'm going to try to win this so I can take this island and expand my empire. I'm thinking they're going to... I'm thinking about polarizing these guys with my cannons. Pulverizing them with my cannons, and then hitting them with everything I got. Put all your warriors in the middle. What do you mean in the middle? Like over here?
Move out. Generals holding on.
Like over here in the middle? I'm thinking I like this straight line, actually. Maybe concentrate them more here. Concentrate these guys more here. Wait, that's not what I wanted. Yeah, there we go. Hit him with the infantry. Like a cross. Oh, this is kind of like a cross. Alright, let's start this battle.
Infantry are the best force for pinning the enemy. Once pinned, attack the enemy with archers or cavalry,
where are they?
or both. This tactic works
Where are
even
these
better
assholes? I'm
if you
gonna
can
get these
attack from the
Greeks once
flank
and for
or
all.
rear.
Where are they?
The enemy are bringing...
The enemy has brought up artillery to bombard your forces. Use a cavalry unit to skirt around the enemy army
Where are
and
they?
attack the artillery from behind. The enemy has brought up artillery to bombard your forces.
Artillery?
Use a cavalry unit to skirt around the enemy army and attack the artillery from behind. Your great standard.
Man, would this guy
inspires your
shut
troops.
up? Oh my god. Look at all this. Like, you're not helping me. You're just distracting me. Where are these guys? I can't even see these guys. I don't even know where they are. There's somebody over here. think we're just gonna have to advance. Oh my gosh. They're moving. I can see them on the map. Yeah, it's a very nice atmosphere. Oh, there they are. Is that them? Oh, there they are. There are their flags. Oh, we got them. Let's hit him with the bombs. Oh, there they are. Oh my god. They're rushing us. We're hitting them. Oh my god, there's so many of them. Oh my god. Hit him with the cannons! Guys. Full attack. Oh my god. Cannons. We got him with the cannons, guys. Hit him hard. They're hitting all of us. Oh my god. Hold on. Hitting them with the cavalry. Hit him. Hit him right now. Everything we got. Everything we got. This is like freaking Braveheart. Everything we got. Hit him hard.
The enemy king lies dead, slain by our brave soldiers. Attack while his men mourn their loss.
They're running. Oh, they're running.
The enemy are badly blooded. They have lost half their men.
hitting them hard. They got archers somewhere over here. They got a bunch of archers over here.
My lord, only half our force remains. We are blessed. The enemy are badly blooded. They have lost half their men.
Okay, these guys are running. We're hitting these Greeks. We are hitting these Greek bastards. Slaughtering these bastards. Get these
When you
guys.
surround an enemy, always leave an avenue for escape. When given no possibility of escape, routing men will stand and fight to the death. Much like these men are about to.
Praise the Almighty! Our enemy has lost his stomach to fight. We must push our advantage.
Hit him hard. Hit these guys. Ooh, cut them off. Right there. They're hitting us with they got a cannon. Hit these guys. Hit him, hit him, hit him, hit him, hit him, hit him, hit him. Hit them hard before they hit us with their more cannon fire. Hit them. Hit those guys before they hit us with the cannons. They're running. Hit him. Hit him, hit him, hit him, hit him. Hit these bastards. Kill them. Get rid of them. Like, just trample them. What more of these assholes do we have to kill? Anyone else? We're taking this island. We're taking this island. You ain't gonna run. You ain't gonna run. We are taking... Oh, shit. You got a whole force of them here. Oh, my God. Hit him. Flank him, flank him, flank him, flank him. Flank him. Flank him, flank him. Oh, yes. What do you...
The enemy flees the
We won
battle.
this. We
Run
won this
down
battle.
those worthless
Yes.
peasants. By
That's
the
it.
Lord above, our foe has been much humbled. Let all who remember
We
this
lost
day
over 300
remember
men.
it as the day of our most glorious
Oh.
victory.
We killed over 700. We killed almost 900 of their guys. Over 900. Wait, no. Almost 900. All right, so that's it. We won Nicosia. But that we got a lot of casualties. So we can ransom them, we can release them, or executing them. Well, the Greeks have never released any of our people, so that's canceled out. We can ransom them for money.
You know that we can pay.
How much money can we get out of all these people? We can get over 1,000, over 1,500 florins if we execute them.
I don't want to die.
If we execute them, we don't really get anything out of them. So let's ransom them. And the ransom's rejected and they all die. That's what you get with the Greeks. We just killed everybody. We're taking this island.
We show little mercy. They deserve none.
Yeah, we ransomed them. Byzantine Empire has been destroyed. Wow, they're done with. We just increased our commanding power. We lost over 4,000. Oh my god, we're running out of a lot of money.
Command me.
So let's put some of the troops here. Let's leave some of the troops here,
Orders.
and we're taking some back with us.
Orders.
Your Majesty.
Yes.
Your Majesty.
And then we have faction leader.
Who do I face?
Your orders, noble one.
Wait, what? We defeated everybody.
We march on our
Wait,
victims.
what? There's more?
Sooner or later, they will relent, my lord.
Okay, hold on. Let's get one siege tower. Let's maintain the siege.
When shall we attack the walls then, my
And then
lord?
let's
Orders. March!
let's lower taxes to medium. You want to do a low tax rate? You're not going to get any money. This tavern is almost done with. We need to increase the taxes. Let's do high taxes. And let's, I don't know why I'm not able to do knights and stuff. Recruitment. I don't know why I'm not able to do... How do I get more... City Watch, Ballista Maker, Leather Tanner. I think with a Leather Tanner I can do... City Watch. Crossbow. Oh, that's what I need. Let's do a crossbow. Well, actually, no. So people are gonna... Okay, you know what? Let's try your idea. Tripoli. I'm not interested in blocking ports right now. I just can't do that right now. Let's do your idea. Let's lower down the taxes. Let's do a low tax rate. Yeah, I need to get more knights on here.
Let me strike, my lord.
Let's see, I have one siege weapon, one... Alright, let's assault the tower. They got 350. Alright, let's do this.
Waste no time sparing enemies this day, man. Finish!
We can sack this city and take all their wealth. Let's do this. Alright, let's start the deployment.
Units!
When you have cannon-type units in your army, such as bombards, cannons, or basilisks, remember to keep your own units out of their line of fire, or you will blast them apart.
Let's hit the, Okay, let's hit them with, and let's do... Let's pretty much just bring everybody in the front. I mean, I don't see any other way of doing this.
Units, move out!
And then let's,
Siege tower!
let's just start this battle. I don't know what else to do.
Bombard! Bombard!
thing's working or what? We're blasting them. Now they're blasting us. Okay. Let's hit their, let's blast these guys. Let's speed up their movement, make it faster.
Our siege towers have been destroyed.
They just hit my siege
now
tower.
we must use other ways to break our enemy's defenses. The battering ram is in place. It will not be long before our enemy's defenses fall.
Alright, let's hit the enemy. Where's this enemy?
The battering ram has done its work. Now is the time for brave hearts and brave deeds.
Alright, let's move all of our guys to the walls. Just do this. Let's move all of our guys to the walls. Let's get our cannon here. Why can't I get this thing over here? Let's hit these guys. So we're hitting these guys in now. So these guys are running. Why I made it so difficult. This music is awesome. I'm looking for a target to hit them with. I don't know why they make it so I can't like enter this area with my camera.
For the great lord! Attack! For the great lord! Attack! Units ignite missiles! The great lord! Attack!
Dude, this game is absolutely dope. This is like the greatest game I've ever played in my life. I've never played a game greater than this one. I don't know why they take forever to launch their cannons. Okay, hold on, guys. Stop moving, stop moving.
Units, hold!
let's get our infantry guys. Let's get our infantry guys. Oh yeah, Bannerlord looks like so much fun, guys. Oh, absolutely. So I move my infantry into the city. This is a huge city.
Give grace to God. We have captured the enemy's walls.
Alright, now let's get the cannons in here. Now that we're in the city, let's search out the enemy. Where the hell are these guys? There they are, up there. Oh my gosh, these assholes. See, one thing I don't like about this game is how it limits your movement. I wish I could just see the whole city. Alright, there's my cannon, guys. No, you need to get your ass over here. Why are you hitting the... Why is this dude hitting a building? I need you to hit this over here. Man, they got a lot of guys over here. I don't know why this dude is... Okay, never. I don't know what the hell. I don't know what to do here. Alright, let's move the infantry. I don't know. Let's get all the soldiers in here. Let's get all the soldiers in here. Alright, now that we got all of them in here, now we gotta search for these assholes. Hold on. Let's split it in half. Let's group all of our let's group our knights. Let's put them all in one group. Let's put infantry. Alright. Okay, we're getting hit by arrows hardcore. Let's get out of here. Oh my gosh, dude, we're getting slaughtered. I don't know what to do. Run, guys, run, 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 run. How do we get the entry? Hold on. What the hell are you guys doing here? And what happened to my siege weapon? We actually need to. These guys made a city within a city. Okay, hold on. We gotta get out of here. We kind of suck. I kind of suck in this game. Yeah, I know ram it. I don't have my ramming machine. Have I ever beaten this game? No, I'm a brand new beginner.
Generals, bodyguard!
I have to re-engage them. Guys, get a ram. Get the ram. Yes. Okay, let's do this. All right. You guys got the ram. We gotta hit him with the ram. There's one that has the ram, though. We're gonna hit him from this side. Okay, cannon guys. What are you guys doing here? Why aren't you guys like over here with us? Okay, who has the ram? Okay, these guys got the ram. Okay. Okay, go. Come on. They're getting ready for us.
The battering ram is in place. It will not be long before our enemy's defenses fall.
They're getting ready for
ram has
us.
done its work.
They're getting
now
ready
is
for
the
us.
time for brave hearts and brave deeds.
The days of teeth. Inside, come on. All right, the battle begins. Guys, hurry up. Come on. Get inside. Hurry up, let's get in. They're running.
The battle is in our favor. If we remain true and wholehearted, victory will be ours.
Kill him, guys.
Units! Move on. Units! The great Lord! Attack! Units!
Guys, hurry. They're leading us into a trap. We have to get our siege weapon. Hold on. There's like a city. There's like 2 cities here. What are you guys doing? Hit these guys hard. Come on. Okay, we need our siege weapon again. Alright guys, everyone stop doing what they're doing. Let's hit these guys with the cannons. I think we're out of cannon fire. Nothing's even working. Okay, we have to get inside the city somehow.
The day is over, and our enemy has snatched victory by the skin
How?
of his teeth.
How did we lose? This is no, this is bullshit. This is bullshit. We have to break the... This is... We have to...
We had a chance to take them, my lord.
This is
Continuing
bullshit.
tomorrow.
If we can hit him... Okay, we made some money.
Yes, my lord.
I know. I was defeating them. Is it? I know, but yeah, they did lose more men. But the problem is that I didn't break in through the gate in time, whatever that means. Let's build a blacksmith shop.
Command me.
Yeah, but if we're gonna have to do this crap again, I don't know. Hold
We
on.
march on our victim.
Oh, the Russians are invading Sicily. I gotta get my guy out of there.
Sire.
I gotta get my guy out of there.
Your orders? Full sails. We shall continue tomorrow, my lord. Let me strike. We shall send them to hell or worse. March! Now we have them. We lay siege.
Let's get way more siege towers. Let's get way more siege towers in.
When shall we attack the walls then, my lord?
I know, I have to get him out. I have to send a boat over there. It's not like...
Yes.
Let's bring some more reinforcements over.
Plotting course now, my lord. Dropping anchor until morning.
Oh, that's right. We could go to Sicily. We can actually join the Russians. Oh, yeah, but then we'd be fighting two wars at the same time, though. We could really drain out if we do that. Been watching since the stream started. Damn, I hope I'm not, like, draining you out or anything. Alright, we got a new pope. Okay. Got a tavern, so we're gonna increase... Okay, we made a bunch of money just now. That's good.
Your orders?
I'm trying to save my spy over here. Also, the Russians are at war. Actually, no, hold on. Is it the Russians versus rebel army?
Yes, my lord. We shall continue tomorrow, my lord.
Was that an attack?
And then here, let's get Venetian
Yes,
Navy. Let's get some more of our infantry.
Yes.
Orders.
Let's get in there a cannon.
Your Majesty. Orders.
Yes.
Orders. Your Majesty.
Your orders?
Plotting course now, my lord.
Let's get more infantry.
Orders.
Yes.
Let's get in there a cannon.
Yes.
Orders.
Let's get enough guys.
Move out.
Let's get these guys back.
Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord.
Command. We march.
Okay, we have our battering ram is ready. One of our battering rams or siege tower is almost done.
When shall we attack the walls then, my lord?
Back in Rhodes, let's increase. Let's put more infantry spearmen. That's... Let's see here. We're making actually pretty good money for our budget, so I think maybe George was right. Like, I think maybe lowering taxes actually did help. Wait, did I? Yeah, I lowered the tax rate. Maybe that did help. I don't know. All right, let's try to save our guy.
Your orders? Plotting course now, my lord.
Where to, sire?
All right, let's get our boy out of there.
Yes, my lord. Yes. Your orders? Full sails.
Yeah, the problem is that
Dropping anchor until morning.
the Russian dude. All right, let's get our reinforcements back in Nicosia.
Yes. Plotting course now.
Back to land, men.
Is the Pope woke? I don't
Yes.
know. I think maybe, yeah.
March! We march no further today, Lord.
So I think I have an inn now, or got a blacksmith now. I thought we had a blacksmith. Gunsmith. We have a gunsmith, tavern, Theologians Guild. I think I have a blacksmith now. But can we... Hold on. But how do we get... The blacksmith is for... The blacksmith, town hall, market. Okay, but church, stone wall, brothel. Let's retrain maybe some of these guys. I'm trying to get crossbowmen. I don't know where. How can I get the crossbow guys? Let's get more of these dudes.
Your Majesty.
Yes! My lord. Orders. Yes!
Your Majesty.
Yes! Yes! Leaving the army, my lord. Bringing our troops together. Orders. Yes, lord. This is where we shall meet the enemy.
Let me strike, my lord. My lord, should we
Okay, so we have 2 siege. Alright, we gotta maintain the siege.
When shall we attack the walls then, my lord?
Okay, but how do we get... How do we get crossbowmen? Like, how does that... I remember I had a whole bunch of crossbow guys before, and then I'm not getting any opportunity to... City Watch. Oh, okay, this is how I get it. Okay, so let's do... Let's do a city watch. Brothel, stone wall. What does a stone wall do? Reinforces gates, numbers of free up. Recruitment slots allowed. 2 more recruitment slots. That's a lot of money. Alright, I think now is the time we're going to attack again. We lost a whole bunch of money.
Who do I face? We shall send them to hell or worse!
See, I would like...
March!
How do I,
When shall we attack?
Yes!
Command me. Yes!
You have chosen to break your siege of this settlement.
No, I'm not going to
Once
lift
you
the
lift
siege.
the siege, you will lose any progress you made in starving out the enemy, as well as any siege equipment you have constructed.
I think the best thing to do, really, is to keep doing the siege until they come out. And then once they come out, I think we'll just slaughter them. Yeah, I think we're just going to do that. Construction. How's my city watch? Almost done. Ballista maker. Let's get our boy out of this island here.
Yes,
Oh, we can actually hit this Sicilian thing from here. Hold on.
blockading trade to this port.
Yeah, we're blockading the Sicilians. So we're actually just... Let's just force them.
Besieging settlement, my lord.
Let's maintain the siege. It has enough food to last for 5
Is
turns.
it time to take the walls, my lord?
The Pope wants me to cease hostilities. No, I have tried to reason with these Sicilians so much. It's a huge pain in the ass. They might as well just get rid of these people. Let's see. Let's see, I put a boat here.
Your
I
orders?
have my agent.
Sire. Yes. Moving ashore. Where to, sire? Moving in unseen, my lord.
This is a pretty weak settlement. Yeah, I could make an alliance with Russia. The problem is that it wouldn't really have any point because there's no Russians around here. Made a bunch of money. I think maybe George has a point. I thought he was kind of trolling there for a second, but maybe lowering taxes, damn, I'm making good money. I mean, considering all the soldiers that I've been recruiting, not bad. Let's do, let's do some more of these. And then this,
Let me strike, my lord.
3 more
We march
turns.
on our victims.
Let's maintain the
When
siege.
shall
You are the real King David, alright, man? Dude, we're still making good money. Hot damn, dude. George is now my financial advisor for the Empire. It really... I keep thinking that he's trolling me. Like, this dude's totally trolling me. Like, nah, he's right. Like, lower the taxes. I gotta get a boat. Let's get a boat.
Yes.
Let's see if we can get... Nah, it's not even gonna work.
Yes, my lord.
Yeah, I'm Catholic. I'm Venice. We're Italians. Very Catholic. How many more things?
Name thy enemy, Lord. We shall
Two
send
more
them to hell
turns.
or worse. March!
When
shall we attack the walls then, my lord?
If we do them
Your
here,
orders?
we can get our guys here. Let's try. There's no point in not trying.
Yes, my lord. We shall continue tomorrow, my lord.
I have a guy over here. Where's my, How long have I been playing this game? Since last week. Since last week.
Yes, my lord.
Wait, what is this? I got a letter. Mission failed. For what? I thought... Dude, I'm making good money! Look at that!
Full sails.
Let's get some reinforcements over here.
Your Majesty.
March!
And let's get them back
Yes, my lord.
here.
This is as far as we go today, my lord.
How much progress? Not really a whole lot. I'm kind of struggling over here. My capital city was literally taken by Milan. Milan is actually my arch enemy. It's not really the Byzantines. The Greeks are just a stepping stone.
Victory!
So we've actually taken
march
it.
through your enemy's
So if we
streets.
occupy it, we'll make
Victory!
16. If we sack it, we make over... Oh my god. Over 12,000 florins. Let's sack the settlement. And let's take the loot, boys. Oh yeah. Join the crusade. I think I might just join the crusade. We've literally taken Nicosia. Oh my gosh, dude. I'm so happy.
Your orders?
Leading the men ashore.
I am so happy. I need to invade Milan soon, yeah. Poland has been excommunicated. Richest faction is now my faction. We are richer than anybody. We're making good money. Oh my gosh. I think George is right. Just keep the taxes low. Alright, let's get a lot of these soldiers in. We got a governor. So let's
Your
keep
orders, noble one.
let's keep the governor
Let
there.
me strike, my lord.
We have a commander. Let's keep the governor there.
Your Majesty.
Orders.
Let's keep most of these. Let's
Yes.
take most of these guys back. Let's keep these guys in here.
Orders. Yes. Orders.
Your Majesty.
Orders.
Your Majesty.
Stopping for the night.
Yes. My lord.
All right, so now that we own
Today's
this
march
thing, let's.
ends.
I think this is just like a castle. It's a citadel. Marksman's range, cannon maker, chapel. Convert to a city. Let's just keep this area into a strong area. Cannon maker. So normal tax rate. Let's keep the. Oh, it's already normal, so I can't change it. Start the draft. All right. I can convert it to a city. Let's do marksman's range, archers, crossbowmen, peasant archers, I mean everything. Cannon maker, armor factory. Ooh, armor factory. Hell yes. Let's do armor. Ooh, 14,000. Oh my god, it's all my money. Should I do the armor factory? 14,850. Small chapel. The chapel will keep order, which is very important, actually. Convert to city. Alright, let's keep it. More trade. Okay.
Who do I face?
Okay. I think the next place we should take is let's do I already have a church. Stone wall. Convert to I don't want to convert to a castle. Extra wall defenses. Let's do a stone wall. And let's do... yeah, let's keep it a stone wall. And let's... how do I get more knights in this place? And let's get this one. Ballista maker, large stone wall. We can make more armor this way. So let's do a padded leather tanner. And let's do a stone wall. And then also, let's see if we can do... okay, we can do crossbowmen. Let's get more crossbowmen. I'm telling you, this is the most enjoyable game I've ever played. Ever. Like, I could play this game hours straight. Non-stop. Don't care. So let's go back to Cyprus. Let's get these guys out.
Command me,
Your Majesty.
Wait. No, hold on. Let's get...
Yes! Orders. Orders. My lord.
name thy enemy, Lord.
Let's send these boys
Yes,
back to the island.
load enough the men.
Full sails.
Crossbows
Dropping
and knights.
anchor until morning.
Let's get more crossbowmen. And let's get some more cannons. Yeah, I was thinking super high taxes, that would just get more money. And then you're like, no, lower the taxes down. I said, okay, lower the taxes down. Man, dude, I start getting way more money. Yeah, I'm too busy. I don't really want to join crusades and all this stuff. I gotta blockade the port. Where is that at? We got a leather tanner. Cease hostilities. Okay, we're making good money. The Crusade of Constantinople has been cancelled. Yeah, we don't really want to go sack Constantinople. Not really interested in killing other Christians. even though sometimes some Christians give me no other choice but to kill them.
Yes. Your orders? Yes, my lord.
Okay, let's hit that port.
We shall continue tomorrow, my lord.
Okay. Let's go back to my island,
Your
get my
orders?
people. Let's get them back over into Rhodes.
Plotting course now, my lord. This is as far as we go today, my lord.
Let's do recruitment. Let's get some more guys. Probably should get... Should probably get more, Probably should get more diplomats up in here.
Your leadership style has inspired this guild to construct a guild house in this settlement. Constructing a guild provides certain benefits in your settlement. If this is the guild you want, then accept their offer. Otherwise, you can wait and see if any other groups wish to set up here.
Thieves Guild. Yeah, sure, why not? Alright guys, I think I'm done streaming. It's been here for hours. Yeah, we haven't done any music, so... But I've been here for hours anyway. I'm trying to save this game. Let's see here. The Empire Rises. I'm gonna try to get some work done. Working on an article right now. Let's save this game. Yeah, it's 10 o'clock my time. So I think we're good. Yep, I really want to quit. Music time, dude. I don't think there's anyone even here. I don't think there's anyone even like here right now. I think everyone's just done. I think I bored everybody with the with this thing. All right, is anybody even watching this thing? 12 people. I don't know if you guys want to do music or what. Yeah, it was a long game. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that next week unless. Games have never been popular for the stream. The only thing that's been popular for this stream is me jabbering or doing music recommendations. That's it. So I think I'm good, guys. Have a good Friday night. Have a good weekend. And you guys have heard some Theo.